It's April 4th, 2022, pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, extended by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. This meeting is being conducted via remote means as well as in person. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the April 4th, 2022 public forum regarding the I'm calling the town council meeting to order at 6:33. I'll call upon each counselor by name. At that time, you should unmute your mic and say present and let us know if we can hear you and you can hear us. Shalini Balmilne is not on yet that I can see. Pat DeAngelis,
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present, Mandy Johanneke,
Present.
Anika Lopes.
Present.
Anika, you need to unmute.
Present.
Thank you. Michelle Miller,
Present.
Dorothy Pam,
Present.
Pam Rooney,
Present.
Kathy Shane, Andy Steinberg,
Present.
Jennifer Taub,
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Present.
Okay, there's no chat room. If you have technical issues, please let Athena or me know. Use the raised hand button. And with that, we will proceed.
Point of order. Is there a way we can up the remote people's mics in this room so that we can hear them better? Because they were really quiet in this room.
Should we each test our own?
It was the ones that aren't in this room that we could barely hear.
Right.
Right, I couldn't hear it mute.
Okay, we're going to be working on that. All right. We'll proceed with regard to connectivity. It's on your screen. You can either connect by Zoom, you can connect by phone, or you can be watching on Amherst Media. If you want to make public comment, you need to be on Zoom or phone. I just want to remind people that we will not be meeting next week or the week after. We will, however, be meeting on April 25th. We will start at 4:30, where we're going to be doing pictures of the council. Please arrive on time.
Whoa,
so that
sorry, it's
we-
so loud. I'm so sorry, Lynn. It doesn't appear that we're recording on my screen. And I just wanted to make sure that we were. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
Are we recording?
No problem.
Recording in progress.
Do you want me to begin over? I don't mind. Okay. Let me just mention that we have taken roll. It is April 4th, 2022. And we have already checked to make sure people can hear us and we can hear them. I am looking for Shalini Balmilne to check that you can hear us and we can hear you, Shalini.
Yes, I'm here and I can hear you.
Okay. We are working on sound issues related to people who are remote. Shalini, would you please repeat that you're here?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. We
Okay.
were having some sound issues and we are now fully recording. All right, with regard to announcements, we're meeting for the next time on April 25th. We are going to be doing pictures at 4:30. Those will be outside, hopefully, because it will be nice, we hope. And please arrive in time so that we can begin at 4:30 and still have plenty of time to do our other meetings. Besides that, the rest of the announcements are about committee meetings and council meetings. We're going to move right on to our public hearing. And with that, I believe we have present with us today, Michael Gochias. Michael, would you please state your name and make sure we can hear you? And my apologies if I have mispronounced it.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, hello. Just a quick notice. Michael had a family emergency, so I'm taking his place, and my name is Bo Costello.
And Athena, have you gotten that for the record? Okay. And Guilford Mooring, who is with us. So the time allotted for this public hearing is no more than 3 hours and the duration of one session. Unless councilor votes to waive that limitation, the hearing is authorized by the council that oversees its presentation. In all hearings, the case of the petitioner shall have precedence except where the president shall prescribe otherwise. With that, we're going to begin the presentation from the petitioner, which in this case is Eversource. And we have a map that we are able to put up. And if you would go ahead and please explain the plan.
Okay, so this work is for a new capacitor pole, which is required for the new solar site, which is going down on Letchertown Road. When they do an analysis of the circuit, they have to determine if there's certain issues with the system and the circuit. And in this particular case, we would need a capacitor bank installed within this general area. The proposal is to put a midspan pole between these two existing poles because currently it's a downtown area that has a lot of existing equipment on it that have 3-phase taps or 1-phase taps and transformers on the line. So we would need a clean pole to install this capacitor bank.
Okay. Are there any questions from counselors? Dorothy, Pam.
This is a question we often ask. There's a lot of poles and a lot of equipment. Is there any possibility of putting it underground?
For this particular equipment, we don't have an underground type for this equipment. So for this case, no.
Okay.
Just that it's an overhead device in this capacity.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from the council? Andy Steinberg.
Yeah, now as I understand the map where it's marked as existing poles, 2347, 2348, those remain and you're putting up an additional pole in between. And so I have a two-part question. One is, am I correct? And second is, what is the distance then between the poles? Is that 67 feet or is, I just want to confirm my understanding.
Okay, so we usually refer to it as a midspan pole. So we would want to put it right in the middle of the span between the 2847 and the 2347 and the 2348. So it would be like right in the middle of those two existing poles at 67 feet.
Okay. Are there other questions from the council at this time? Let me ask one of the other questions we often ask, and that is, have you fully explored the possibility of using either of the existing poles or adding to one of those existing poles so you would not have to erect a third pole?
Yes, very thoughtful question. Like I said, this is kind of a downtown area. So we have a lot of transformers, 3-phase taps, single-phase taps. So we don't have a lot of clean poles. With this particular equipment also, it requires a kind of tangent straight inline connection within the overhead wires, in that it has a little sensor that runs and connects to the wire that calculates the amperage and voltage in the circuit. So this one also needs to be tangent, and the other adjacent pole, the 2348, has a slight corner on it, which makes these sensor type insulators a little difficult or tricky to kind of support the conductor. So this is kind of our best range and best kind of pole to utilize this equipment. And also with the load study, we're kind of limited to how far we can go. This is kind of like the best approximation for where this type of equipment improves the circuit the best.
I have another question, but I don't think it's to you. It's going to be more to the town regarding, I believe you said this was to connect a planned solar field. Is that correct?
Yes, this is for the town of Amherst solar field up there on 740 Bletchertown Road. I think it goes to the transfer station.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? Seeing none, I'm going to move to questions from the public. And that would include people asking clarifying questions, those who would like to speak in favor or in opposition. Are there any questions from the public at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Are there any other final questions from the council? Then, I'm sorry, Anna?
So this is, it's half question, half formed thought. This is for a solar array that has been years in the making, right? And things like that. When we are planning future arrays, I think it's worth considering pole implications. Never said that phrase before. As we are permitting them and allowing them to go in. And I don't know if that's possible. So I guess my question is that possible? And two, is that something that we can look at holistically as we have new arrays, for example, at Hickory Ridge going in, considering pole placement ahead of time down the road so that we can really be a little strategic so we don't end up in situations where we really want these arrays and yet we keep needing to add poles and add poles. So is there a way to think about this a little bit beforehand to be more strategic? And that's not a question for you. It's more a question for, I don't know who that question is for, actually.
Well, speaking for Eversource, when we get these solar sites and it goes through, the channels and stuff like that, this is part of the impact study where we look at the existing line and have to determine what sort of distribution improvements we need to do. So regulators and capacitors, something that balances the load, is something that may need to be considered. And I apologize. I was thrown at this at the last minute. So sorry if I fully don't answer your question to your satisfaction, but we do have the impact studies. And, when we do that, you would be notified of this. Usually, we would look for existing poles. We would like to avoid this process, if necessary. This was just one of those situations where, it wasn't really working out for us to find something to avoid additional pole plant. So, with the town or something, whenever we get the handoff or stuff like that, we can always discuss these kind of issues, but there should always be an impact of additional things we need at these solar sites. So if you want, if the town or somebody wants to come back to Eversource, we can always keep that communication open to make sure, you're fully aware of the whole scope of these types of projects.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Costello? Okay, seeing none. I need a motion. Let me just say, I will move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move to a roll call vote. We'll start with Shalini Bowmilne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer's an aye, Amanda Johannicki,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes, did you hear me?
We did now, thank you.
Okay.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Okay, we will actually vote on regarding the poll placement later on in the evening, but we want to thank you for being with us and for pitch hitting at the last minute.
Okay, thank you very much,
You're
and
welcome
thank
to
you for your
stay
time.
for the vote if you'd like, but we're going to go through some other items before then. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to general public comment. If you would like to make general public comment, please raise your hand. Residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes. We will not comment or engage in dialogue. And with that, please enter the room, state your name and where you live. Rob Cusner.
Good evening. I live at 49 Van Meter Drive, and I am Rob Kussner. Can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, I wasn't sure. No feedback. The timer didn't start. So just a quick comment. As many of you know, I've been involved in public transportation and cycling and general conservation issues for 30 plus years in town. And I've served the town in many capacities and the Commonwealth in many capacities. And coming up later on your agenda, I think it's item D, somewhere on the agenda, the progress on, let's say, improving North Pleasant Street on the west side of Kendrick Park is before you. A number of us who've been involved in improving the cycling infrastructure of the town would like to see that go ahead, and I'm really pleased. I put in a written comment on this, but really pleased to see that the plans are developing well. And I understand there's not enough time to do it this year, maybe not enough funds to do it this year. And that could give more time to, dot the I's, cross the T's, deal with the many layers that are there. That's an area that beneath the roadway is Tan Brook. And so not only is there the surface, the transportation aspects, but other parts of infrastructure. And I think there are some implications for what happens on the surface there that I hope to get into with the town engineer and with Guilford and so on privately later, just to see what can be done. But in the meantime, I'm hoping that we might try this spring just using paint and intelligence and maybe one or two signs that you guys would consider approving an initial implementation of the one-way northbound for motor vehicles, the southbound contraflow or counterflow bike lane, which is used all over the world, especially in areas like this, that would allow particularly traffic between the university and the center of town on bicycles to go both ways. And by the way, not have it combined with a sidewalk, which my good friend Myra Ross and the DAAC agree would be a dangerous combination there. But this is something that could be done if the parking were moved to the east side. Presently it would be parallel parking where it fits, and just some paint were put down and a couple of one-way signs. And I'd encourage you to do that soon, even this spring, with careful layout and so forth, to give people some heads up on what might be coming there, and to give everyone, the engineers, the counselors, everyone an opportunity to see what works, what might need to be tweaked to make it work better. Consider it an experiment. And I'll leave it at that. I sent you a message a couple hours ago. I hope you'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Rob. Is there anybody else who would like to make public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, we are going to return to our agenda. At this point, we're moving on to the consent agenda. Need to remember not to move away from the mic. The following items, could we please put the consent agenda up? Thank you. The following items were selected because they were considered to be routine, and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion later in the meeting, ask that it be removed after I list the items. The request to remove an item from the consent agenda does not require a second. So the motion is as follows: to move the following items in printed motions thereunder and approve those items in as a single unit. The first set of things, of which there are four, is suspending 8.4, which merely allows us to vote tonight later on or during the consent. The first of these is 8A, the Eversource petition to install a joint pole on College Street. 8G, proposed parking permit parking regulation changes. 8H, Community Safety and Social Justice Committee designation as special municipal employee. Propose 8J, proposed changes to the town council policy regarding control and regulation of the public way regarding reservation of parking for lunch carts. Again, that's just to allow us to vote tonight. The following are also on the consent agenda. 6A, adoption of the 2022 Juneteenth proclamation. 8H, designation of Community Safety and Social Justice Committee as special municipal employees. And 8I is essentially the full list of the rules of procedure changes, but they're broken out. And if you want to remove one, you do not have to remove all. So that it is the adoption of proposed revisions to the following town council rules of procedure: Rule 1.6, Rules 2.1C, 3.3, 5.1, F, 5.2C, 6.4, 8.1, 8.4, 8.6, 10.1, 10.1, 10.5.I, and Appendix A. And then separately, there is Rule 10.8C, Rule 6, Rule 6.1, Rule 6.2, Rule 6.3, Rule 6.5. And 11A is separate, and that is the approval of the following town council minutes of March 7th, 2022, town council meeting minutes. Is there anybody who would like to request a removal of an item or maybe further explanation? Michelle Miller.
Yeah, I'm looking for further explanation. I think you said 8G was the parking permit fees, and I thought I saw that somewhere earlier in something, and I don't see it on the screen right now. So is that part of the consent agenda?
It's on our
Yes.
motion sheet. It just didn't make the screen. It's the
It's
suspension
on
of
the
early
motion.
punishment.
That's where I saw it. Thank
You're
you,
right.
Mandy.
It should be up there. And it is 8G, proposed permit parking regulation changes. Again, it's only suspending the rules.
So that we can vote on it
So we
tonight.
can vote on it tonight. Thank you
Perfect.
for catching that. It is not on the screen, but it is on our motion sheet that's in the packet. Okay. And Dorothy.
I did not get to look at each of these items. I could not print it out. It was too long. Do any of them deal with open meeting law?
You mean with regard to revisions of the town council rules of procedure?
Correct.
Not that we are aware of.
Okay, thank you.
No. They all deal with our own rules of procedure. The open meeting law is a state law which governs all of this anyway. Okay. So is there a second?
Second.
Are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Thank you. We are going to move to the reading of the last paragraph of the proclamation on Juneteenth. And I've also asked Anika, who's very involved in the planning of that, to give us just a brief few minutes highlight of that event. So Anika, please read the last paragraph.
Now therefore, we, the Amherst Town Council, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in Amherst, and we invite the Amherst community to join us for a weekend full of celebratory events that honor our history and our community. And we encourage the community to view Amherst Civil War tablets located in the Bank Center to honor all of our residents who served in the Civil War. And yes, so we do have quite a weekend planned for you, starting with a collaboration between Ancestral Bridges and the Historical Society, rather. That is a wonderful walk, which will highlight the places and neighborhoods that are important to the Black history of this town. And it will be a taste of a larger ongoing walk. And I would like to just reiterate in terms of going to see the tablets, the Civil War soldiers of the 54th Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry and the 5th Cavalry really do represent families that for generations contributed to the social fabric and health of this community. And many of these men come from families that predate the colonies and people who knew the beauty of the land and remained through great change. We will, after that walk on Saturday, which I'm not going to share now, so we have some surprises. There are some pretty amazing stops and collaborations with it. We will have the Drake coming in, creating music in the evening. And I think as many of you seen, they've celebrated Willie. And that's just so amazing to see because he certainly was not celebrated during his lifetime. So it's really nice to see him uplifted in that way. Sunday, again, the day of Juneteenth, will kick off again with the Mill District, who closed us last year, and then come down to the Common on Sunday for another Jubilee for all of the community. So it will be a really exciting event. We encourage everyone to attend and certainly reach out if you'd like to be involved to volunteer or otherwise. And, you know, just look out for official announcements that I know will entice everybody to come in. This is really something special.
Thank you. And we will be reading the proclamation on Sunday when we're at the town common. Okay. Thank you very much. We have already approved voting on the poll. Right. We're moving on to the action items. There's no presentations tonight. We've already voted on to approve the poll. No, we have voted so that we can approve the poll tonight. But we are going to now move on to the actual motion, which I will read and look for a second. And that is to approve the order for poll location on College Street titled Order for Solely Owned Poll Locations dated February 4th, 2022, as amended according to the revised Eversource petition map work order number 7164341. Is there a second?
A second, Shane.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to move to a vote. Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It is unanimous, as were all of the other votes. We are going to move next to the issue of polling locations. And Sue Audette is with us. Thanks for joining us early, Sue. And Sue, we can put the list of the poll locations up, although they are on the actual motion sheet. But would you please speak to the decisions you made in realigning the poll location recommendations?
Yes, absolutely. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Excuse me. Yeah, so first of all, good evening, everyone. The last time we met, after hearing the comments, it became clear to me that I needed to take a deeper dive into this topic. So I thought to myself, and as I mentioned, who better to give me a hand with this and look at things but the Districting Advisory Board, because I had just, as you know, gone through this process and looked at things to the smallest particle, basically. So a couple of the DAB members worked on this and gave me their feedback. So the first thing was that I did acknowledge that I had misplaced precinct 5A. I moved it out of the bangs. I didn't mean to do that, so I moved that back in. So that left looking at precincts 2A, 3A, 4A, and 4B and where to locate them. And after, the bottom line is that we want to minimize change because we're already changing precinct numbers. We don't want to change absolutely everything. And we have to maximize accessibility. So one of my biggest considerations was analyzing Wildwood School as being accessible compared to the high school. And it was obvious that the high school was a much more accessible location. So I had originally thought to put 2A, 3A, I think, and 4A or 4B into the high school and leave whatever 4A or B in Wildwood. But I changed my mind because first of all, I checked the high school to make sure that it's, the space is sufficient for the number of precincts and number of registered voters, and that parking was available. And that all checked out. And one of the things was, believe it or not, power outlets. When we originally went into the high school, there were some that were just way up in the ceiling, 20 feet up. And of course, we couldn't use those. But I've learned that there are other outlets that were kind of hidden from our first pass through that building. So that was no longer an issue. So I thought, 2, 3, 4A, and B encompass a lot of the UMass campus. And that was one of the comments that was repeatedly made, that it would be really nice to try to keep all of the UMass campus together in one location. So we're going, my proposal is to put 4 precincts in the high school. There's 2 large spaces in there. We could put 2 in the front and 2 in the back. That, spread out, it would work out just fine. And let's see. I did think about the comment made in co-locating each precinct in its own district that was made at the last meeting, and moving precinct 1A into 1B or 1B into 1A. And I thought to myself, we have to be equitable in everything that we do. If we were to do that for one district, we would have to do that for them all. And so when I started trying to figure out, okay, District 1 in one place, District 2 in one place, etc., right away, and thinking about District 5 with the 2 current polling locations that we have available to us, which is the Munson Library and the Banks Community Center, it was just clear right away that that just wouldn't work because, first of all, precinct 5A in the Bangs Community Center, if we were to move that to the Munson, then we're in fact moving that again, which is what we didn't want to do. We wanted to keep it in the Bangs Center because of the Clark House voters and the Amherst College student voters, trying to keep them in that same location as previously. And so then it was, okay, well, can we move all of Munson into the Bangs? And Munson, the current 5B, the number of voters down there is about 2,300. It would be just overwhelming the Bank Center and their parking space. So because that one district did not work in that analysis of trying to combine 2 precincts into 1 polling place, I couldn't go with that idea of doing it for all of them. So what I've landed on is basically trying to keep things pretty much the same as they have always been, with the exception of eliminating one of the polling locations from the past and combining more of the UMass precincts into 1 location. And also by eliminating the Wildwood School, we're going to be saving a little bit of money. There's just a few things that we wouldn't have to pay for. It's nothing substantial, but it does help. And I believe those were the major points that I wanted to make. I know I said a lot already 2 weeks ago. And I think, once we vote tonight, once this has been voted, it allows my office to move forward on the census process. We've been holding off because we want to notify all of the households in town per state law that their polling place numbers have changed. Everything has changed. So we can do that. And along with that process is it's part of the LADRC and the redistricting process that we did in last, December. And we do need to notify, we have to do some postings around town to let everybody know that the maps have changed, but I will work with you on that. I've sent a couple of emails out to the state at this point. I need clarification on a couple points, little minor things. Once I hear back, I will get this all together and solidify so that we can move forward. So I think that's all I need to say on this. Are there any questions?
Kathy?
Say thank you. I think this is extremely responsive and I like what you proposed. So I don't really have any comments. I think you have solved the downtown problem of letting Amherst College and the Clark and Wayland vote at the same place. So I have a couple questions that I don't completely understand about precincts. I know we're in precincts and I know the names of them, but when I get a ballot, if I'm in 1A or 1B, will my ballot ever look different? And the reason I'm asking, I know this is also comes from the state because we no longer have town meeting, so the counselors for the district run in their district. So when you do the high school, you're going to have 4 stations, but for the districts that are the same, will their ballots essentially look the same, even though one is 2A and a 2B, whichever 4 you put there? So that's a question. Secondly, Michelle and I are having a district meeting this Sunday for District 1. I think there will be quite a bit of confusion when people start being told they're in 1A or 1B, who used to think they were in 1 and 3. So we're going to need some help with street maps and explaining to people, particularly some streets were moved into District 1 that used to be in District 2. And when will you be able to do, I used to think of, they had a red cover, probably sometimes they were blue covers, but I could get names of people by street, by district. When will those be available? I know you had to wait to have some work done. So the 2 questions on how different will 2 districts, 2 precincts in the same district, will the ballots look basically the same? So I guess we have to keep that distinction. And secondly, when will we be able to, if someone says, I'm on street, where do I vote? When will we be able to get those?
Okay. So the ballots. So you've got town ballots, you've got state ballots. Okay. The state ballots, and we vote by precinct. We have to, according to state law. So on the ballot, it will say the precinct number for the state. State ballots all look the same no matter what precinct. It's just going to be identified by precinct number. I'm sorry, not precinct. It won't say on the state ballot. It only says the precinct number on the town. I'm getting confused here. We vote by precinct though. So those ballots are tabulated on the precinct level at their polling location. That's how we know they get locked up in their trunk that says 1A, 1B. So that's how we differentiate a state ballot by precinct. For town elections, you do get elected per district, but each ballot is different for each precinct. You can look at if you look at the town website, town clerk site for election results, pull up a sample ballot from the last town election. You'll see what I'm talking about. It does state the precinct right on it. So it's going to say 1A, 1B, but those two ballots are going to be identical because that's where the district counselor is running from, District 1A, 1B for our next town election. Does that make sense?
I think you answered it. I think what I'm understanding is we have to have precincts. We just have to have them.
We do.
Even if the piece of paper looks the same when you're within a district, and it will go in a different box and be counted separately. So we're 2022, and I guess maybe we'll still have them in another decade, but it's an interesting phenomena in my mind. Thanks. And then the other question, Sue, was when you're going to be able to do a printout of names and streets, or even streets, so that we can answer questions on where do I go?
Yeah. So I think what you're referring to is the annual street list, which gets done usually in July of each year. We have to go through the census process first. However, if you just want an extract from our voter registration system, that's all been updated at this point.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so then you can look at it electronically, and you can, if you wanted to make your own printout, you could, but I can do that at any point. Just send me an email, and then you can have it. You asked something else too. I was going to answer. I had a question.
No, those were my two.
That was it?
Yeah, I find the booklet was just useful for me, because if I was walking out on the street without a computer and someone said, am I going to the Lutheran church, or am I going to, because some people are going to be going to a different place than they used to go to.
That's right.
In District 1.
For 2023, correct. You were all elected though to serve according to the prior breakdown of the precincts. So, okay. I know it's confusing. Okay.
Nevertheless, as district counselors, we owe it to our constituents to help educate them on the change. Mandy Jo?
Yeah, I want to thank you for the explanation in why you didn't propose combining District 1 into one voting location for two different voting precincts. Dealing with the parking and all that really helped me. But this is not a question for tonight. It's not even for a year from now, but I want you to potentially be thinking about this, because in a couple years, Wildwood, I know Wildwood's not on this list, so we don't have to worry about Wildwood, but potentially Fort River will either be decommissioned as a school or be under construction and not available for a polling location. And so depending on choices made this year and next year, in a couple of years, we might be having to make a decision as to where people who vote at Fort River vote temporarily or vote permanently to move, if that is decommissioned as a building in use at all. And so I just wanted to point that out as please think ahead on that, so that we are ready for that when that happens.
Thank you. Michelle?
I just wanted to make a comment on process and thank Sue, really commend Sue for incorporating the input that came in through Tracy Zaffian and counselors and other community members. I appreciated seeing Tracy's comment today that came through to our council email in support of this recommendation. And I thought it was a really great example of responsive and transparent government. And I'm really appreciative of the whole process and the way that worked. So thank you.
I will also want to mention, because Sue has mentioned this to me, that not only did she spend some time talking with Tracy, but also with Peggy Shannon, both of whom were on the districting advisory committee and had really, really studied our maps. And so thanks again, Sue, for doing that. And thanks to Tracy and Peggy. Paul Bachman.
Yeah, I just want to mention in response to Mandy that Sue actually had a comment in there about anticipating that. We edited it out because we didn't want to imply that there was some preconceived decision about where the school was going to be located, and having it come from the town clerk, she just made a decision based on it, but she's well aware of that. So thank you for noting that, though.
Right. Are there any other questions from the comments from the council? Right, then we're going to move to the following. To designate the following voting locations for the designated precincts. North Zion Church, Precinct 1A. Emmanuel Lutheran Church, Precinct 1B. Amherst Pelham Regional High School, Precinct 2A, 3A, 4A, 4B. Bangs Community Center, Precinct 5A. Fort River Elementary School, Precinct 2B. Crocker Farm Elementary School, Precinct 3B, Munson Memorial Library, Precinct 5B, and to designate these precinct polling locations as permanent for all future elections until changed by the town council. Is there a second?
Shane seconds.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, then I'm going to move, and Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Hannicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you so much, Sue. We appreciate it. We're going to move on to the sewer regulations. The sewer regulations, at this point, I believe we have Guilford Mooring still with us. And do we have Amy Rozecki? Maybe she's not quite-
Amy's not here right now and probably won't be able to join us.
Would you like to have us go to the update on the North Pleasant Street upgrades and changes from Halluck to Triangle Street until she gets here?
That'll be fine.
Okay, then we're going
Sorry.
to actually go to 8D. Go ahead, Guilford.
All right. So as you can see in the drawing that's on your screen, we came to you with this earlier. There was a lot of discussion. The Transportation Advisory Committee and the Disabilities Access Committee, something else. They gave a lot of input. We've kind of changed it a great deal. We've moved all the parking to the east side of the street, so it's adjacent to the park. We actually made it back in parking, so it's easier to back in and unload your minivan or the stuff from your car, or to just unload your children and have them run towards the park and not be forced to run towards the street. We did accommodate the bike lane within a bike lane on both directions, and the sidewalk gets improved. So we've made a lot of changes here. We think it's what everybody wants or what everybody's hoping for. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Okay, I'm looking for questions from the council. Kathy Shane.
We've had a couple different public comments about when you would be able to make these changes. And the suggestion was there are some that could be done without a lot of money because it's paint, like putting the crosswalk in. I realize you usually do curb cuts. And a second would be changing the direction of North Pleasant to only be one way and designating a bike lane. So I guess the question is, if we approve the basic concept, can you do some of it sooner without spending a lot of money before the larger plan is done.
Guilford?
Considering how money is going right now and the time commit we have on a bunch of other things, it's possible, but it's just it would be a time commitment that I'm not sure we can meet before the end of the construction season. So it would be something we have to look at.
Okay, so I think for that particular item, it would be to take it under consideration and have the town manager get back to us. Okay. Dorothy, Kathy, was there another question?
No, hand down.
Thank you. Dorothy?
Yes, I just wanted to add my voice that the plan that involves widening the street and making the sidewalk that would then make the back and parking safer does require some more money. So the simple plan of, for now, just making the traffic one way and moving the parking from the west side of the street to the east side of the street and have it parallel at this time because we can't do the back end until the road is widened. That's the simple proposal for now because, you know, spring is here. People have been using the park all winter. Actually, they love the park. And there's going to be a lot more traffic of children to the park and people who want to bring their children there. So just adding my voice that these simple changes that don't cost money be done now, and so that you can and stay in place until you are able to do the plan that you have outlined. That is my request.
Okay. I think Guilford's already addressed that one, so I'm going to go on to Jennifer Taub.
Yes, I'm really echoing Dorothy. If it was possible to just reduce, the changes this year to eliminating parking on the west side and keeping the parallel parking on the east side, I think, that would really ease some of the concerns, a major portion in terms of, parents parking with children on the west side of the street and walking across. I mean, both the recent and tragic vehicular accidents involving pedestrians happened just, within blocks of this location. And so anything we could do, and I think maybe, again, just having parallel parking on the east side and no parking on the west would calm some of the traffic concerns, even if we're not, able to move to one way this year. Also echoing Dorothy, because it's in our district. The great news is the park is used all the time. It's a real success. So there are lots of families with children, on that street every day. Thank you.
Pam Rooney.
In a similar vein, I'm interested sort of as step 2 when construction begins. Is there a curb separation between the drive lane and the 8-foot wide paved sidewalk on the west side, which is 4 feet of pedestrian walking and 4 feet of southbound bike lane? What is the separation and change in material from that to the actual car driving lane? Thank you.
Guilford.
So the 8-foot wide split use path was not well received. We are Americans, not Europeans, I guess. So the decision was made to put the bike lane in the road. So the bikes going south will be in the roadway, and there'll be a 6-inch curb separating the sidewalk from the roadway. So any bike going north will have the share the road symbol. They can travel in the center of the lane, of the travel lane. And any bike going south will be in a bike lane, a painted bike lane going one direction south. Did I say south?
Pam,
twice?
go ahead.
So is that west side sidewalk going to be narrower?
Yes, the west side sidewalk will be 5 to 4 feet wide.
Okay. Anna?
So I want to say I'm having deja vu, but it's a little different because I wasn't here. In reading the memo that we were sent to consider, sorry, and I have so many tabs open, I'm trying to find the right one. So in reading the memo that we were considering today, I was looking back on what was decided the last time by the prior council. And I was really struggling to figure out what the difference was because they had voted on it and said good to go, as far as I understand. And so where we landed was that the difference here is really about determining whether the spaces are metered, whether the spaces are free, et cetera, et cetera. Tell me why I'm wrong, Guilford, because I see you shaking your head.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Do you wanna
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Please.
Well, do you have more questions?
My question is really, is this about the motion? Is the motion really about setting those fees? And if so, what is the recommendation? Because I think leaving it open to TSO to totally decide without any guidance makes me a little uncomfortable. I would really like to see some guidance from the town manager, from you, on what you would recommend in terms of whether we meter the spaces, whether we don't, et cetera, et cetera. So
Okay.
2 parts.
So on the first part, when the last time we had this plan before the town council, it was parallel parking and there was parking on both sides of the road. The road was one way and we had a multi-use path for bicyclists and pedestrians on the west side. So all we did was we got rid of parking on the west side. We made angled parking on the east side. And when we moved the bike lane from being beside the sidewalk to being in the roadway. Those are the real main changes there.
Mandy Jo, you had your hand up on that particular issue.
I do, because our motion from December 13th, 2021 that passed approved converting the traffic flow to one-way traffic northbound from McClellan to Triangle, creating back-in angled parking spaces on the east side of North Pleasant, parking prohibited as a tow zone on the west side of North Pleasant, and removal of the grass belt on the west side, along with some conditions, one of which was that the town would return to the town council for approval of parking regulation of the new spaces, including a public hearing on the mix of metered and permit parking. So we've already approved the back-in angled. We've already approved the one-way traffic flow in December of 2021. And so I am with Anna in that motion didn't have anything about a sidewalk, I guess, but I know there was another motion prior that we had approved the crosswalk, or at least one of the crosswalks. And so I guess I'd love to see the motion that's being proposed that TSO is supposed to consider that is not what we've already approved, that we still need to approve.
So the real question is whether the issue before the council at this point is parking fees for a design we have already approved. And the motion at this point, which I'm more than capable of changing, and I've talked about it, is that we would want a recommendation from the town manager and the superintendent of Department of Public Works on what they're recommending for those parking fees. Now that may involve other people, but we leave it to the town manager to determine that. Okay. So Guilford?
I believe in the last one, you may have voted that, but the drawing you had actually showed it the other way, if I'm correct, because I think there was a lot of changing and discussion during the meeting that about moving things around. So the drawing, I believe, shows what you were talking about and then what the change was from the original drawing.
Okay. Regardless of that, when it comes to issues of parking, the Town Services and Outreach Committee must hold a public hearing on changes to parking and on changes to parking fees in this case. Am I correct on that one?
You are. I think Mr. Bockelman has his hand up.
Yes, Paul?
Yeah, so we will have that proposal for the TSO public hearing prior to publication. So you can see a recommendation for the fees, permits, et cetera, for your consideration.
Okay. Anna?
I was going to make a motion, but I want to make sure it's still correct. And so if anyone else has comments.
Okay, I mean, if you want, I think I've worked one out with before. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I move to refer the proposed changes to North Pleasant Street to the Town Services and Outreach Committee for a public hearing on recommendations to be provided by the town manager regarding changes relating to parking regulations and report back to the town council by May 15th, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Angeles.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Athena, you have that motion? All right. I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'm going to go to Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
and Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Balmilne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
and Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It's unanimous. And has Amy joined us yet?
She has.
Okay. Then Sean and Jen, we probably won't get to you until after the superintendent does the budget presentation. I'm sorry, I thought we were moving a little faster. So then we are going to go back to 8C, sewer regulations. And we have a presentation. Hi, Amy. Amy is our Assistant Superintendent of Public Works. And so we'll proceed.
Thanks. And there should be a presentation that's coming up, I hope.
Yep.
Thank you.
On its way.
Great. And I'll keep it quick so you guys can hopefully continue to be ahead of schedule on your agenda. Always a nice thing. So I'm just talking quickly about the sewer regulation, the sewer use regulations, which, you know, are parallel to those water use regulations that we were talking about a month ago. So this is the partner for the sewer users. And this is just, in case you're curious, this is an aerial shot of our current wastewater treatment facility that you're enjoying. So if you guys can go to the next slide. So similar to the water use regulations, you know, the reason that we're just kind of giving you a lay of the land of the sewer system for those that don't know. So everything that you guys put down a drain, flush down a toilet, you know, goes down the sink, everything like that, that goes to one location. It's our Amherst Wastewater Treatment Plant. It's actually located just behind the Mullins Center, across from where all the fields are that the marching band uses, and those nice new turf fields. So it's a wastewater treatment plant that sometimes people think is part of UMass because of where it's tucked away. Bringing all of the sewerage from across the town, we have 123 miles of sewer main, and we have 22 different pump stations that basically make sure sewer flows by gravity. And so to overcome all of the rolling hills in Amherst, we'll have a sewer, all the sewerage will come down to one central location, and you'll have a pump station that pumps it over a hill, and then it flows by gravity to the next place. So that's kind of how the whole system works. And so that's the infrastructure that drives it. On average, we see about 4 million gallons per day of sewerage that comes to the facility. It's a little higher, if you recall, than the water usage. And it's because the pipes are old, you know, 123 miles of sewer main is old. And so at times you do get some groundwater that goes in, or, you know, there's some illicit connections where somebody might have an old sump pump in their basement that's connected to their sewer system. So we actually see more flow in the wastewater treatment plant than what leaves our water treatment facility. And as you see, this is just a neat stat to put in there, but it's up to 17.2 million gallons a day as a peak hourly flow. So that shows you that when it rains and all of that water is gushing in, we see these huge spikes in what goes into the wastewater treatment plant that we have to flow, or that we have to treat. And we have, again, just like the water system, we have approximately 6,500 sewer connections. And then the mission is right there, which, you know, I took that from right from the budget book. So next slide. So the question of why now, why are we talking about this now? Similar to the water regulations, the sewer use regulations, the last time they were done were back in 1973. Those got sent around to you guys, or I think included in the packet that you guys got. And so, you know, a lot has changed in nearly 50 years. Some of it is state and federal regulations, particularly the Clean Water Act, that really drives a lot of what regulates us in terms of the quality of wastewater that we can discharge to the Connecticut River. That actually has had multiple amendments. It seems like about every 5 years, there's another amendment and update to what the standard quality of wastewater that we're allowed to discharge. And then also the phase 1 and phase 2 stormwater rules. While that doesn't, it impacts this and doesn't impact this, just because, you know, obviously stormwater, roof leaders, sump pumps, all of that should be going through our stormwater system and not our sewage system. But especially now as we move forward with stormwater regulations, you know, the sewer use regs and the stormwater regs need to at least be in combination, working towards the same cause to make sure that the right types of water go to the right systems. And then the other challenges that we have, especially in the, you know, the recent time, I shared a couple of our photos here, not to gross people out, but just to show the reality of the wastewater system and what we have to combat. So the photo that's closer to the middle, that's one of our sewer mains that's coated in grease. And this is what happens when people don't properly dispose of, you know, their cooking fats and oils and greases, or when, you know, restaurants and other establishments like that don't maintain their grease traps. That grease gets into the system as a liquid and it solidifies somewhere else, and it can cause a blockage. And this is what it looks like. And, you know, we have to clean it out to make sure that we maintain adequate flow. And then one of the other things that's become a recent challenge in the last decade or so is what people put down into the sewer system. The biggest challenge is these things that are labeled as flushable wipes, that they don't break down in the wastewater system, and they get wrapped around pumps. And so this other photo here is one of our pumps on a pump station on Southeast Street that got bound up by all of these flushable wipes that didn't break down. And so they actually bound the pump, and we had to pull that out and, you know, individually pull all these rags off in order to get this facility up and running again. And so, you know, people being conscious of what they put down the toilet or what they put down the drain, it's really important for the health of our sewer system. And so again, those are baked into the sewer use regulations, is just, you know, some language on, you know, how we address these. Next slide, please. So just a quick snapshot of the regulations. You know, again, we put these together in parallel with the water use regs. And so this has a couple more sections just because there's a couple of additional items that can go into a sewer system. So there's just the background and introduction, which has standard definitions, applicability of where these regulations apply to, who it applies to. The use of the sewer, which just talks about the different types of sewers, public versus private, and then the process that anybody would have to go to connect or disconnect from the town system. Section 3, the discharge restrictions, that talks about what you can and can't put down into the sewer system. And so that's where we address stuff like the fats, oils, and greases, and the flushable wipes, and some of these other products that are causing a lot of costly maintenance on our system. Section 4 is industrial discharge, which we put this in there because if an industry came into town, we may need to have an industrial discharge program. Right now, we don't have any industries in town that require a specific industrial discharge program, but we certainly we wanted a placeholder for the future. So that's literally just kind of an empty section that's there for future use if needed. Section 5, sanitary system components, that kind of just talks about all the parts and the pieces, what the right components are, the right quality of components are for the system, the ownership and maintenance responsibilities of the various parties, and installation requirements that things are installed properly. Stuff like, when your sewer service comes in, we want it to come in where there's a manhole so we can actually, see, or if you're bringing in a larger main, as opposed to a blind connection where, if there's a problem, we can't always see what's going on or easily access it. Section 6, powers and authority of inspectors. This is just the language regarding access and ability of the town to be able to inspect and see what's going on in these private systems. Section 7 is the charges and the rates. So the schedule of rates, invoicing agreement, standard payment, again, parallel to the water. And then section 8 is liability. So kind of parallel, but with a couple of these additional sections that the water user regulations didn't have. So with that, we can go to the next slide and I'll hand it back to Lynn.
Okay, thank you. I know, Amy, you've put a lot of work into putting these regulations together. This is a referral to TSO along with the Finance Committee and GOL. And it will be coupled in with the water regulations, which we've received. And so that both of them will kind of now travel in parallel with each other. Questions from the council, Dorothy?
There has been a question brought up in mail that has been received from constituents on the question of, could the town of Amherst provide insurance to cover the pipe, water or sewer pipe from the private house till it meets the town main? At present, that is the homeowner's responsibility. And some people, including myself, were lucky to have insurance. Others have found it is almost impossible to get it. I know that some research was done that said that some towns actually offer this insurance to townspeople. I would think that I would hope that the town could move towards that, if that's reasonable. Again, there's stuff I don't know about it, but it would be good if it would be part of this whole package, whether that's possible. And the question of the wipes, which she cannot emphasize it too strongly. Wipes clog up your sewers and cause problems, big problems. So my question is, can the town manager and the DPW discuss whether there can be some town insurance that people could buy that could cover the connections from their house to the town main in terms of water and sewer to be part of this whole process?
Paul Bockelman.
Thank you, Lynn. So yes, Dorothy, we have reached out to the National League of Cities, which sponsors a service line insurance program. And I have a meeting with them, maybe this week, maybe next week, to explore what a program like that would look like in Amherst. So we will have something back to you before you make your decision.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Andy?
Yes. What my observation is about the presentation, which I thought was excellent, is that it's what you talked about regarding the dangers of poor decision-making on the part of homeowners and renters and business people and what they put into the system, and how it ties to the regulations is really valuable. But I was wondering if you've been thinking about any additional types of consumer user education programs that will kind of inform people and get some voluntary compliance so that it isn't all a matter of regulations and enforcement of regulations.
Amy, or?
Do you want me to answer that? I will say, you know, we're open to any suggestions on that. When it comes to fats, oils, and greases and like the flushable wipes, whether you guys have actually taken it in or not, we, at least once a year, there's been some sort of a mailer, whether it's in your water consumer confidence report, sometimes it's a stuffer in your water and sewer bill, and that sort of thing. I think Brianna has done some stuff on social media. So we've been trying to educate, but we realize that it doesn't reach every single user all the time. And none of us want to be in the regulatory phase. We want people to be educated and do the right thing, because we know that Amherst residents want to do the right thing. So certainly if you guys have other ideas on how we can reach people and educate them, we're really open to hearing that.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle?
I'm sorry if this is obvious to others, but, and this is a two-part question, depending on the answer to the first. Do UMass and Amherst College use the town's wastewater system?
Yes.
Okay, so then the second part of the question is, are there specific challenges that relate to that use or that user, or particular impact that you could speak to?
Amy?
Guilford?
Guilford?
There really isn't. They're mostly just universities, and there are people who eat food there and drink and go use the restroom. There's not an industry really there. UMass is very good and very tight with their laboratories and controlling what goes in the laboratories. So they're very good with managing that. So we don't get, every once in a while we'll get something that's unusual coming from one of the universities or a college. And it's mostly, the biggest thing we get is spoiled milk. And we usually get it at the end of the season when the students are leaving. There'll be a big dumping of spoiled milk down the system, and we'll have a little problem with the bugs. It's just too much good stuff for the bugs, and the bugs will die off in the plant. But no, usually the universities are actually one of our better partners in the wastewater operating system. We have a bigger issue with some of the restaurants in town and some of the private homes in some areas in the rental properties than we do with the university.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thanks a lot.
Mandy Jo?
Okay, I apologize because I have 6 questions or comments, and I don't expect answers to all of them, but I'm going to run through them. The first one is just a basic, if we put the rate and fee schedule in the regulations as they currently are now, does that mean that we actually have to vote an amendment to the regulations every year when we adopt the rate and fee schedule? Because if that is the case, I'm not sure it's wise to do that. In reading through this, I found that there was a lot of references to wastewater systems, sewerage systems, and sewer systems. And if they're the same things, it would be really good if we just picked one of those terms instead of three different terms. And if they're different, it would be really helpful if they were defined so that I knew the difference between those 3 things. Section 2D, the way I read it, this is wastewater. It's not connections. It's 2D is sewer extensions. 2D1, I believe, and 2D2, the utility will approve a sewer extension to Amherst's wastewater facilities. Does that language mean that the town council as sewer commissioners and potentially public way, keeper of the public ways, is passing that authority and designating the DPW as the authority to approve those extensions without it ever coming to the council again? If so, I'm not sure I think that's wise. I think the council might want to see the approval of sewer extensions, at least initially. So I'd like comments on why it would be good for the council to designate DPW as that. Section 6G on page 18 talks about private sewer mains. And I'm just curious how many of those exist in Amherst that are subject to that section, which is keeping up mains that are, I think the way I understood it was sewer mains that are maybe owned privately, but are part of the public system. And if that's the case, I'm just curious how many there are. Section 7B, both 2 and 5. 2 reads as if there's an intention for criminal violation. And if that's the case, can we do that through regulation? Do you want criminal violations in criminal authority? And if so, can we do it through regulation, or do we need to do a bylaw with that? And if we don't, I think that wording needs changed. I also don't think we can do anything other than $300 a day. So some legal counsel on the fine amount would be good. And then B5, section 8, sorry, these are 8, not 7, B5, is the charges for sewer backups due to things like flushable wipes and all. The cost of that can be, it says it can be charged to the person who caused that. But if that person or owner cannot be found, you can charge it to everyone in the sewer shed. So my question with that is, what's the typical charge on that backup? How often would you charge for that? What's the cost of that? And across what size sewer shed does that happen? Because I can imagine it's very hard to determine which actual utility user that came from. And so I'm just curious, like in my neighborhood, if there's a ton of people using flushable wipes, how much is each homeowner and renter going to end up on their bill because one household that you can't trace causes all these backups of those pictures you saw?
Mindy Jo, you mentioned that you did not expect these to be answered tonight. Are you willing to have them move on with the referral to TSO? Okay, thank you. Are there any of those that you would like to comment on, Guilford? Yes.
Yes, I would like to comment on 2, but I can only remember 1 at a time. So we currently approve all the sewer connections right now to the sewer system. So when you think about it, you might want to change that. The majority of the sewer connections we get during a year are single family homes wanting to connect. So does the council want to review every single sewer? And I guess you might want to look at water connection for a single family home or a development of that nature. So that's how small these get. There are bigger ones, and all the bigger ones go to planning board or site plan review before they are brought or before they're approved by the DPW. They have to go through that process as well. So there is already kind of a process for the bigger ones. And do you want to wade into the daily permit applications that come from people who are replacing sewers or adding a new property?
So can I follow up to that
Please,
one? I was
yes.
referencing section 2D, sewer extensions, which says the utility may propose and construct a sewer extension to Amherst's wastewater facilities according to the wastewater master plan, and the utility will approve a sewer extension to Amherst wastewater facilities after review of the application for a sewer extension. I read that as different from sewer connections, which is wastewater connections, which is section C. And so I read the extensions as actually like extending to a whole new neighborhood. And that being done by DPW approval instead of council approval, and that concerned me.
So those are the 2 I was talking about that are bigger ones, and that's approved by the planning board when a subdivision approval is given or a site plan is given. So yes, and there are usually no extensions beyond that type of extension without the sewer commissioners weighing in, because it has to be paid for somehow.
I need a little clarification. So at this point, at least in my tenure on this council, I don't ever remember us ever approving anything about the sewer except for rates. So as sewer commissioners, we don't get involved at this point in extensions with regard to a new whole subdivision. And we certainly don't get involved with connecting up to a single home. And I think the question is, as the sewer commissioners and water commissioners, what role should we play in that, if any? Correct, Mandy Jo? Thank you. I don't know that we need to answer that tonight. I just think that that is an issue that needs to be considered by TSO and then on through finance and GOL. Okay. Did you think of the other one, Guilford?
No, sorry, you win.
That's okay.
I'll be quick.
You don't win often, but it's nice once in a while. Thanks. Shalini.
I had two questions, and I don't know, again, if this is the right forum for it, but regarding switching over septic systems, like some neighborhoods where there are still septic systems and they want to switch over to town sewers, and how is that decided, and what can the residents do in order to switch over to the town septic system? So what is the process for that? And the second question was sort of related to Dorothy's, and that has it already been decided that residents are incurring those costs that we're hearing in our emails related to the difficulties that are occurring right now? And has that already been decided? What do other towns do in those situations? Those are the two questions.
Let me just, in the interest of time, that discussion regarding rates would be at the Finance Committee and also with TSO. And it has not been decided, okay, in terms of that. But your other question was something about older neighborhoods and people who want to switch to be connected. Guilford?
In the past, I think we've had 3 of these projects, and in the past, those neighborhoods have petitioned the town select board, who were the sewer commissioners, to extend, and then that's where the council or the select board at that time weighed in and said yes and no. There's actually, I think there's been a 4th one, and it was actually put off. But there's been 3 that we've actually installed: the Chapel and Mechanic Street neighborhood, Amherst Woods neighborhood, and the Harkness Road neighborhood. Those were the 3 that people petitioned, and then we extended the sewers into those neighborhoods. And I think the Harkness was the only one that was sort of a joint petition between the DPW and the neighbors to take care of some issues in that neighborhood.
I think it's the Hull Street, maybe, or which has not been switched over, and there were people there. I think it's Hull Street. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, Shalini.
I was just reminding Guilford that it was, I believe, the Hull Street neighbors who wanted to switch over, and it hasn't been done. So what can they do, or what is the process for them to switch over?
This is Holtz Street.
Holtz, yeah, I believe they actually did ask to be added on, and it was too much of the time, and it was decided not to be added on at that time. So if they wish to apply again, I hear there's another section of Bay Road that wants to be added, but they would just ask, and then it'd be a decision on whether or not we wish to expend the funds to do it. Amherst is one of the few communities that doesn't charge a betterment for sewer extensions. They actually, I said I wasn't going to do it, but I got to do it. The goal of living in Amherst is to be the last person to connect to the sewer system. That way, all the other future or present people pay for your connection. So that's different from most communities. Most communities charge a betterment to extend a sewer line. Amherst, the current ratepayers pay to extend it to somebody else. It's not bad or good. It's just what it is here in Amherst.
Okay, Kathy.
Well, now you have just told me something that I want to have discussed at the committee level. I want to know why we don't and whether we should. And so it may be something we can talk about in finance. I'd love to know some comparisons of how other communities treat it. I know when looking at a few other communities, there are linkage fees or impact fees. There are some fees we don't have on our books that others have. So this one's on sewer. So I had a question related to Mandy's. I personally would feel like I have zero expertise to deal with large sewer connection. extension kinds of decisions. So I'm comfortable having it reside somewhere else. But I would like to know when it goes to a committee for review, how do other communities do this? For the most part, does it just go through a site plan review and planning board? Or we have a water supply safety committee, but we don't really have a water and sewer committee where you tap into some expertise in the community around some of these issues. I think we'd be lucky if there were any counselors that had depth in this. It would just happen to be. So I just, some additional information when we're looking at these on how a few issues are handled. Like, are we the norm or are we unusual on some? And I don't need an answer now, Guilford. So, I mean, I'm happy to have you, if you brought a sewer extension. I feel kind of the same way when we get these utility poles coming before us, other than we don't like poles. I'm not sure what else we can weigh in on, but thank you.
Okay, that's obviously a topic to be taken up later in committees. Andy?
Yeah, I think that Guilford and Shalini's exchange really took care of most of what I was going to have to say. Having lived through some of these extensions in other capacities that I've had in prior to being on the council, the thing about having no betterment fee is that it then, as Guilford indicated, gets charged to all other users in the town, so that if there's a significant extension, it is going to affect rates across the community. And it is something that I think we do need to deal with on the committee level. I think that the question of even whether to start having betterment fees and how you would do that in a system that is as far along as we have is something that needs to be worked through in a committee and not by the entire council. But I do think that it needs to be addressed, and it might be TSO, it might be finance, it might be both.
Okay. Paul Bachman?
Yeah, so on the DPW website, there is the last a presentation from the last time that the town had looked at expanding, and that was about 10 years ago in 2011, I think. So there's a presentation, and that was done by an engineering firm who would come in and map out. And there's a reference to the master plan and the sewer regulations, and that's laid out as the master plan. And then if there's additional areas that need to be sewered, there's usually a justification for why sewer is being sought there. Typically, in many communities, it's because the septic systems are failing. So you're trying to service an area that has failure for septic systems. And then there's a financial analysis that has to be done in terms of what's the impact on the ratepayer. So the town has done this, and it's done as recently as 10 years ago. And if the council, as water and sewer commissioners, would like to see that updated, then we would have to appropriate funds to hire the engineering firm to come in and look at it. But it might be educational for where we are today, just to look at what was on the DPW website right now.
Pat DeAngelis?
This is, I think, mostly a clarification. A property owner, a large developer, wants to put in a development somewhere in Amherst, and they want it connected to the sewer line, the town sewer line. Who pays for that?
So if we have a developer like the Amherst Hills development, they're coming in to develop a subdivision. They submit their application, and once it's approved, there's going through the planning board approval, and we actually know what the number of units are, or the number of houses. Then we as a DPW will analyze our system, and we have two questions we look at. Question one is, does the wastewater treatment plant have the capacity to handle the load? And that right now is a definite yes. The treatment plant can handle the additional load. The next thing we do is we look at the system from the the development all the way to the plant, and we look and see if we have any constrictions in the piping system that need to be upgraded. And if that is the case, then we tell the developer, you can do this, but you have to fix this, and then you have to install the whole system in your subdivision. And that's how we approach it. So approving a subdivision to connect doesn't mean we pay for their connection. They have to pay for any upgrades and their installation in their subdivision.
Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions from the council at this time? These, I think, have been excellent questions. Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to refer the proposed sewer regulations as presented in proposed bylaw to the Town Services and Outreach Committee with review by the Finance Committee and Governance Organization and Legislation Committee with a report to the Town Council by May 16th, 2022. Is there a second?
Second, Devlin Gauthier.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Again, the report is an update. It doesn't mean the work all has to be done. Okay, I'm going to start with Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Kelly Bellmillan,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gauthier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We are now going to take a brief, because the superintendent and the director of finance for the schools are waiting for us. So let's try to keep it to the point that we will be back here by 8:15. Please turn your mic off and also turn off your picture. Turn it back on when you return. That was good. Yeah.
Chair was closed, but I was going to pick a cup of coffee. We were doing fine. What? We were doing fine until this one's going to be. School budget is a referral. But people need to ask their questions tonight. Oh, thank God. I just meant that there was a series of these are all stuff and then so it's just like just
Huh?
Which things? The referrals we do, just, they're talking about some of the texts in the stuff. Get changed. We can send it back to committee. Oh.
We need to think about returning to our seats, please. As you return, please turn your screen back on. As you return to your seat, please turn your video back on. Okay. We're going to get started momentarily. As you return, please turn your video back on. on it, and then you can turn your video on. Dorothy and Shalini. Got it? Okay. Dorothy, please turn your video back on when you return. Okay. I'd like to start by welcoming Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Mike Morris, and Director of Finance, Doug Slaughter. And their agenda tonight is to present to us the Amherst Pelham Regional School District FY23 budget as recommended by the Regional School Committee. And several of us have been in Four Towns meetings during the last couple months. And so this is the culmination of getting that to us, and then we recommend it back. It'll be a referral to the Finance Committee. There will be a hearing on April 25th. There will be a final Finance Committee meeting about this on April 26th. And then it will come back to the council for action on May 2nd, which is the same day that we actually have a presentation of the town manager's budget for the entire town. So given that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Morris and Finance Director, Dr. Slaughter.
Thank you, President. Thank you for having us tonight. Our goal will try to be brief in terms of the presentation so that we can get to any questions that any of the counselors have. I want to thank the counselors for your participation. We had a number of four-town meetings throughout the fall and winter to try to get the four towns of Amherst, Leverett, Pelham, and Shutesbury to have a tentative agreement on how to move forward for this year. I'm proud to say that through lots of work of many elected and appointed officials, it feels like we are moving forward this year with a more permanent strategy around assessment method and therefore budget. So that's been a many years in the making. Lots of people, Dr. Slaughter, frankly, Mr. Mangano in his old role, as well as his new role, the town manager, and many elected officials contributed to that. It's, our process from here is we'll do these presentations at all four communities in Amherst, given the form of government. We go through the town council. We also have 3 upcoming town meetings in the other communities, and worth noting that everybody has to agree at their in each town to move forward for the budget to move forward. We're greatly appreciative of the financial support. It makes our district a desirable one, able to provide a broad range of services and supports and options for our students throughout their time in grades 7 through 12. And I will then, in the name of time, pass it over to Dr. Doug Slaughter, who is our finance director, to walk you through the slides. Again, we could take more time if you like, but we're intentionally making the choice to present this information relatively concisely, so there's more time for the counselors to ask any questions, offer feedback for us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Doug.
Thank you. If we could move to the next slide, please, that would be great. So just a couple of bits of background information as to how we're approaching this year's budget, given the pandemic, trying to wind it down in some respects, and also just understanding our circumstances with regard to our budgets and some upcoming things that are coming to fruition within the district and with the Amherst district, which also is a critical component relative to feeding into our regional school district. We had a few things we kept in mind as we worked through our budget this year. One thing we tried to do was to remain or maintain our level services as we go from fiscal 22 into fiscal 23. And one of the things we recognized is that the protection or the continuation of level services is going to be a difficult one. And but we also know that in a couple of years there's a couple of things that will help out the regional budget. One of which is the 6th grade moving into the middle school building, and so excuse me, that will provide some support, some shared staffing, and those types of things, which will help sustain our budget in future years. There's also just a general decline in our enrollment which we'll see in the next couple of years as the enrollments shrink a little bit. That'll also reduce some of our costs as we move forward. And in order to try to get from here to there, we were both in terms of financially, but as well as trying to keep as smooth and as uneventful transition as the pandemic eases a little bit. We tried to find a mechanism to keep our level services intact. So no real adds to our budget, no real reductions to our budget. And in order to do that, we needed to have an assessment method that would help us to achieve that, as well as some support from some ESSER funding, some COVID-related funding, to help us get from where we are this year to next and into the future. One of the things we were recognizing relative to the assessment methods, and if you've been to the 4-town meetings or seen those and kept up with those, we've had a changing assessment method each year over the last several years. We've been progressing toward a modified version of the state's recommended statutory method. We were able to make sort of the last step in that regard this year. We've still got some work to do relative to some finer points, which we'll try to work on over the summer, which have to do with the guardrails that you see on this slide. But nonetheless, I think having ourselves in a position to be in a more stable assessment method will really make it a lot easier for all the towns to budget and plan, as well as the regional school districts. So we're trying to keep a few different things in mind as we constructed this budget, and also to create the least dramatic effect on the services we're providing to our kids and the educational process we're trying to achieve. So could we go to the next slide, please? So what you see on this slide is a summary of our level services budget. The column you're most interested in is the column that's labeled draft, which is third from the right, which has the actual budgets for each of the different areas within the budget. At the top is our salary and contracted salary lines, along with our substitutes. Then we go into our expense accounts through the remainder of the section of the slide. And what you'll see in most cases is maintaining the level services we have. Most of the changes that you see, especially the ones that are larger, are either a restoration of funding and support that goes back to pre-pandemic levels. Some of those, like food service and information systems, are ones where we're returning to a level we had in previous years. And some of that's by virtue of either COVID-related funding or supports that were happening through COVID that were allowing us to support those budgets through grants or other means. The other thing you see is some programmatic changes. For example, the English language or the English learner education has a pretty significant drop. That's a model change in how we're accomplishing that work. And what we've really done there is shifted some of that expense into our actual salary lines, because we've actually hired staff to do some of that work instead of contracting out some of that work. You also have some adjustments in this budget where we've reviewed the last few years' performance in particular budget areas and seen that we need to make adjustments to accurately reflect what our budgetary needs really are. And so there's a few areas where that's the case. But by and large, what we're reflecting here is keeping our system and our services at the level that they are this current year, to provide as smooth a transition as we come out of the pandemic as we can. Overall, what we're seeing is about a 3.9% in our expenses. And needless to say, the resources, when we spoke to the 4 communities, were not quite enough to meet that level. And so we're going to use some of our ESSER money, our COVID-related grant money, in order to support that level of expense. And so if we go to the next slide, please, we'll demonstrate that for you. And so what we see here in the blue column is the one we want to pay attention to most, is that 191,493 in parentheses there in the second line in the blue is an indication of support we're taking from our ESSER funding to help keep our level services intact for the coming year. And so what that does is reduce the burden on our revenue sources, which are listed below that. And so it allows us to maintain our level services without pressing the 4 member communities for a larger share of assessment. So what we have in this slide is the amount of Chapter 70 funding we're expecting for the coming year, the expectation on transportation reimbursement with the regional school district, because we have to transport children over a longer distance. There is some support from the state relative to transportation. We provide services that are eligible for Medicaid reimbursement. So that area, with being in person and in school, allows us to provide more of those services than in the past couple of years. And so that number is going to go up a little bit. Our charter reimbursement is about the same. What doesn't show here, and it's actually on the other slide a little bit, is what our charter costs are. The costs are a lot larger than our reimbursement, but they're holding steady. Our number of kids that are enrolled in charter schools has stayed relatively steady, and so our reimbursement and our expenses has held pretty steady. We have interest income. We have a much more significant use of E&D, which is, in the parlance of term for the regional schools, but the same as the reserves in the school in the town budget. And we have a fairly large amount of reserves or E&D available to us, and so we can utilize that for this year's budget to help support our funding. That will not necessarily or not be there next year, and so we will have to, as we get into fiscal 24, be cognizant of that level of use of that E&D to support our budget. So that will be an area that we have to keep an eye on as we move forward in time. So that total revenue is subtracted from our expenses, and so the assessment that we need from the 4 communities is $21,164,075. That is broken out in the detail for each member town as shown below. What we're using is what's called a modified statutory method. State sets a minimum level of contribution that each town must contribute, and as part of the statutory method, we use a 5-year average of that number to help build the first part of the assessment for each of the 4 communities, and then we use what's called the regional agreement method, or the 5-year rolling average of students to sort of finish that out. One other piece that we've put in place this year, and will be continued refinement in the future, is to put guardrails, so a maximum amount of increase or decrease a given community will incur or notice in a single year's time, and that's to help prevent an untenable change for any given community. And so with Pelham and with Shrewsbury this year, excuse me, we saw those were both above a 4% change relative to last year, and so by shifting that down to a 4% level, it's much more possible for them to meet that requirement. Obviously, if you're being reduced by more than 4%, that's easy to do, not pay as much, but nonetheless, we wanted to not overburden the other 3 communities either in reducing somebody by a larger amount. So by having that 4% guardrail, it allows each of the communities to sort of meet targets that they can financially sustain within the limitations of Prop 2.5. And so that is the assessment relative to the operating budget. And so I'll go to the next slide, which will be the last slide, then I'll stop and allow questions, is around capital projects. So traditionally, I'm going to talk about capital projects a little differently this year, primarily because there's sort of 2 pieces to this puzzle. Traditionally, what happens is the regional school district has a series of capital projects that they authorize debt for borrowing that you guys would then approve, and then we would go out and do the projects and then borrow money to pay for them. And for most of what's shown on this page, that is going to be exactly the case. So we have about $160,000 worth of capital that we're asking for debt authorization, and we will do those projects and borrow for them as necessary. Obviously, they come in under those budgets. We won't borrow money at more than what we need. The other piece, so those are the traditional projects, the fire safety equipment, the courtyard tree removal, the data center mini split, which is a HVAC replacement, et cetera, are all sort of standard kind of projects that we often do. The fields and track renovation, the regional school committee did that as a separate authorization for a couple of reasons. One is we're still in process and thinking about a larger project that involved rotating the current location of the track to a north-south orientation and potentially putting a artificial surface in the center for the field, but that's going to require a significant investment of funds on the order of about $4.7 million to do that larger project. However, the track's current circumstances are such that we've not had home meet since spring of 2018, and we really need to take action. So the school committee authorized $1.5 million in debt and is asking for your approval of that to get the project started, but it's phrased in a way that allows for either that track to be replaced where it sits, or if sufficient funding of other sources come into play, then they are able to take action and explore a project that is different from that, which allows for the rotating of the location of the track and the surface of the field interior to that. So there's more to come on that, and you'll see a lot more on that in the coming weeks as we work with each of the 4 communities to find funding levels outside of the regional agreement that can help fund that larger project, and whether we can get the appropriate pieces in place to do that. But in the short term, the thing to keep in mind is the authorization requested of the town of Amherst through the regional agreement is for $1.5 million for that project. What you see in the lower half of the screen here is the actual assessment, and the column that you're interested in looking at is the one labeled fiscal 23. That number is close to, but slightly smaller than what you would have seen at the last 4 towns meeting. That's the actual borrowing that we have done, and we are now assessing that cost to each of the 4 communities. In totality, from what it was a little earlier in the year, it's about $2,000 less. So it's just slightly smaller than it was before, but that for Amherst, that assessment for debt and debt costs for fiscal 23 is $388,331. The years fiscal 24 through fiscal 32 that are projected on this are estimates of what we think it will cost from both the standpoint of what the borrowing is going to look like for what we think we'll need in the future for capital projects, as well as what we think the interest rates might look like for those as well. And I would say that at present, there's some balancing of that capital planning that needs to happen relative to when current debt is coming off schedule and new debt is coming on schedule, that sort of thing. There's some balancing there. It's a little bit of a in the fiscal 26, 27, 28 range. We can probably get that to be a little smaller number for all 4 communities and a little easier for each of them to take on. But I did want to acknowledge that there's a bit of a spike in that middle range there that could be hard for everyone. We're in process on refining that a little bit. But I think the key takeaways here are in the top half, we're looking at what was authorized for new projects and the borrowing that goes with those. The lower half is in particular in column labeled fiscal 23 is the actual assessment that we are asking for the town of Amherst to pay for their component of the capital debt. And so I think with that, I will stop and let everyone ask whatever questions they need to sort of get their head wrapped around the capital and operating budgets for fiscal 23 for the regional school district.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Doug. We're going to move to questions in just a moment. I just want to remind the members of the Finance Committee that Doug and Mike will be at our meeting tomorrow, and we'll have an opportunity. In fact, I think it's not tomorrow, it's the 12th. I'm sorry. It was on my calendar for the wrong date. Finally got it corrected on the 12th, and we will have an opportunity. We can and could still post that meeting as a committee of the whole if the chair desires to do so. But meantime, let's open the floor for questions now. Mandy Jo?
I'm going to start with my questions on the capital projects, and then I'll go back to the operating budget after other people have a chance to speak. Doug, you mentioned that the track was authorized by a separate debt authorization by the school committee, yet our draft approval orders have them all in the same approval. And so I'm curious why we would be asked to approve them all at the same time when the school committee voted them separately. I want to know what the deadline for the approval or disapproval of the borrowing is to make sure that we meet and get that back to council in time. But my biggest concern is I see the debt authorization for the track and field improvements as actually 2 different debt authorizations, one for a true reconstruction and improvement, where you'd be asking us to borrow $1.5 million of a $4.7 million project, and the town to borrow $1.5 million, and another project that is just fixing a current track versus rotating, doing improvements and doing other things. And I am very hesitant to put them in the same borrowing authorization because to me, they're 2 different projects. And so I want to know, is there a way if this council wants to approve one of those 2 projects and the borrowing for one of those 2 projects, but not the borrowing for another of those 2 projects, how that works? Because it doesn't sit well with me that we're being asked to borrow money without knowing which project it is, and that we have a deadline to make that vote without knowing which project it is.
Okay. I want to mention or ask whether it might actually be Sean or the town manager that have an answer to how we do those different authorizations. Yeah, Sean?
Yeah, I could speak to that. So we could break them into two separate authorizations by the time you vote if you'd like. We combine them to do it the way we've done in the past. But you're right, this year is a little bit unique. So we can break them into two. And then quickly, Lynn, if I can just speak to the last point. There, in order to do the larger project, the town would have to appropriate additional funds. So the council will have a say in that, because if the council does not appropriate additional funds to raise the additional amount needed for the Amherst share to do that larger project, then that larger project won't happen. So I get sort of the hesitation between the two different pathways, but one way or another, it will come back to the council for a funding request.
Yes, please.
That's not accurate if it's the smaller project that goes forward. I guess my question is, if this council doesn't want to approve borrowing for the smaller project, can we say no to the borrowing for the smaller project now and yes to the borrowing for the larger project now, if it's the smaller project we don't want to approve? And
So
how do we do that? And how many towns have to say yes to all of this? Because I don't remember that voting requirement either.
Right. So I can answer all those questions, or most of those questions. So first of all, just a point of clarity here, the $1.5 million is borrowing that the regional school district is taking on. So it's a debt that the regional school district is taking. It does, however, put the burden on Amherst to pay its share of that. So that's one key piece, is that the borrowing is done by the regional school district in that regard. Anytime the regional school district borrows money, it requires a 2/3 approval. Actually, technically, when the school committee authorizes debt, notification is sent to the 4 towns. They have 60 days in which to take action. If they take no action, it's like a pocket approval as opposed to a pocket veto. So if the school committee, this was voted on the 15th of March, essentially by the 15th of May, you have the opportunity to say no to that. The structure of that, particularly for the track project, was done in 2 pieces to allow for moving ahead with the project. I think, if you spoke to the school committee, their interest is in doing the larger project. However, the recognition is that none of the 4 towns through the regional agreement could come up with funding that would meet that. And so we need to find alternative methods. And so what this allows for is the ability to explore both those options. However, if that funding can't come through, so if we can't get 2/3 of the towns to agree, if more than one of the towns rejects this debt authorization, or if towns cannot meet sort of their piece of the other funding that we're trying to put together for that larger project, we still need to do the track. And so we can't delay on that. And so that's part of why this is in front of you now, and why there are the pieces within the actual authorization the school committee voted of a January 16th, 2023 deadline and a dollar amount relative to that sort of more extensive version of the project, is to say we need to take action. We need to be able to have a deadline for that action. And if not, then we need to move ahead with the other project. And so it sort of is an acknowledgement that the replacement of the existing track where it sits is the smaller amount of money that's needed. It is I'll say, least desirable of anyone's opinion I've heard. I think most people want to do the other, but at the same time, there's a process by which we're going to go through to try to engage the community, both through fundraising and through each of the municipalities and other ways in which they might be able to support this project, through CPA, reserve funds, ARPA money, any other mechanism that they can think of to find those other resources. So I think the goal of putting that authorization was to recognize the urgency of repairing the track, and yet giving us a framework within which we can try to fund that larger project, which fits into a holistic plan about the middle of the town of Amherst relative to recreational facilities in the middle of town.
Mandy Jo, follow up? Okay. Dorothy?
I want to ask if the art and technology programs are being fully funded with full-time faculty positions. I feel that they are some of the most important things that the school can offer: physical interaction using body and mind, creativity, and problem solving. I mean, the list I looked up on your website, it was very hard to get it to come through, but, sculpture, printmaking, symphonic orchestra, jazz ensemble, stagecraft, web design, broadcast journalism, introduction to mechanical design and architecture, engineering. These are things that are the most, to me, the most important things at school that relate to the development of the student's mind and body and prepares them for the world of college and career. So I really hope that this is, before I even want to think about a track, okay, that this is taken care of, because I see this as the central mission of the school. I understand, and many people are excited about the track. But if the basic academics are not there first, then I think that we're doing something very silly.
Dr. Morris, you have your hand up?
Yeah, there are no cuts to any of the academic programs in this budget at the regional level.
But have the cuts been restored? The previous cuts been
I
restored?
believe the cuts you're speaking to are the ones in the elementary school budget.
I'm not sure.
Not in the regional school.
There were not recent cuts in any of the areas you mentioned at the regional school level.
So it is full-time faculty then?
I mean, there are some full-time, there are some part-time faculty, but there's no change in recent years in any of the areas that you mentioned.
This budget continues all the existing services as they have been last year.
Correct.
Okay. And does the budget that I believe you're referring to, Dorothy, is the one that the elementary school committee has just voted on. And that does not come before us until May 1st.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Pam.
Thanks. Question is, do our sixth graders, now that they're moving into the middle school, do they now become counted as regional attendees as opposed to elementary school attendees? And did our budget for the elementary schools then shift downward to show that there were fewer students? That's one question. And then if one of the early slides that you showed, there was quite a remarkable difference, and I didn't write the numbers down, but I don't know if you have all those pages still, but there was a significant difference in the in the regular education. Special education was almost 9 times. I think the regular education was 111,000 something. The special education was 900 something thousand. And then the other programs, which was something like 2.5 million. Could you just describe the difference between those and why on earth special education is that much higher than regular education, and what does other programs constitute? Thank you.
Pam, just for clarity, the middle school, this 6th grade is not moving to the middle school until a year from now. So this budget does not reflect that. And when they do move, they will still be under the elementary school budget, paying rent to the middle school. That is my understanding, correct? Okay.
That is correct. And I think over time, there may want to be some conversations between member of the 4 communities about the regional agreement, but that's not going to change before the students leave. So that's spot on, President Griesmer.
However, would one of you like to address Councilor Rooney's other questions?
Yep,
Yeah.
I'll turn to Doug for that.
Yeah, I can do that. So in looking at that the expense area of the budget for regular education versus special education, and then there's other programs. Other programs is largely where we pay the bill for charter and choice students who leave our district to go to those types of programs. So those are the primary drivers within that other program section. Under special education, what drives that is largely services that we purchase through the need to hire external help to help us out, whether it be placing kids in programs that are provided by other school districts or other private vendors. And so that's where those costs go. Whereas with regular education, what you're seeing mostly in that expense line is things that we're buying, dryboard markers and paper and that sort of stuff. So the regular education section of that expense part of the budget is pretty benign type of stuff. That's really more of the sort of books and materials that you think of typically with school. With the special education, you start getting into a lot of other things, other expenses that are carried not by our personnel, and in addition to those kinds of materials like I just described for regular education, there's also the costs associated with either specialized staffing that we need to hire external to our own staff to provide certain particular services, or programs that we have to place children in order to meet their educational needs. So those tend to be, decidedly imbalanced relative to each other, but they're very different in what's included within them.
Pam, did you have any follow on with that? Okay. Jennifer?
Yes, I had a question. It was mentioned that some decline in the enrollment correspond with declining costs. So what I've always wondered is when we have decline in enrollment, that also impacts the matching funds that we get per pupil from the state. So I'm wondering, I would imagine it's a net loss when enrollment does decline, because I would think that some of the matching state funds is helping to support enrichment programs, and then, other capital and other expenses that, are still present for the students in the school.
Right. Well, certainly declining enrollment does impact those to some extent. If you look at the amount of Chapter 78 for us, it's a little over $9.5 million out of about a $33 million budget. So it's a pretty decent chunk. However, what the state has done in recent years and continues to do is say, essentially, what did you get for aid from us last year? And at a minimum, they provide you with $30 per student as in additional aid. And so our overall aid has tended to be incrementally very, very small in its increase, but it has increased each year. And that will continue to hold true for a while, I believe. But nonetheless, what you have, unfortunately, with declining enrollments is not a steady drop in expenses either. They tend to be more stepwise as you have to get sort of a classroom amount of kids to be not there anymore in order to sort of economize from that point. At the same time, you want to try to keep the rich and varied programming that we want to offer in our high school. We're in a competitive market with other programs, other schools that provide school choice, and other schools that are charter schools. And so we need to, maintain our programming and our level of offerings to continue to educate kids in the way we want to. And so those are difficult to sort of find the right size of those things and those competing interests between fewer number of students and what you can offer given the resources you have available. But short answer as far as state aid is that while it's not as robust, we tend to be held harmless relative to that. So we don't have a decline per se in our overall support from the state. If we were having a drastic drop, it would potentially be noticeable in that regard, but generally we don't tend to have that. It's been a much more slower decline. And so it means that the increase in our year to year is very small, but nonetheless, it's non-zero.
Thank you.
Any further follow-up on that one, Jennifer?
No, thank you. I did maybe want to ask, I know that some students, it might have been more in the elementary school level, were lost to other school districts that remained open, during COVID and the quarantine. Did we see those students, or a good portion of them, return to Amherst?
So I can jump in on that, Doug. So we did see some, but there weren't really a lot of the schools that were open some were like more temporary schools or private schools. The charter schools were open. They were on the same kind of schedule that we were on. So we have seen some of those students return. We have seen some on the flip side, some families wanted a virtual option. We're not allowed to offer a virtual option. So we did see an increase in homeschooling families as well. So it sort of split the difference in some ways, that for families, some families being in person wasn't their preferred choice. And there are two statewide virtual schools that are schools of choice that some families have opted for. So pandemic taught us anything is that there's really differences in opinions on what education people want during a pandemic. And I think we've seen both edges of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini.
We've seen an documented increase in stress, anxiety, and depression among students, especially during COVID. And even before that, it's been on the rise, but then because of COVID, even more so. So where is that support for that reflected in the budget? Because I'm not seeing any increase in any of the amounts, but I'm not sure where to look for it. And
yeah, I can speak to that a bit. So we were very fortunate that our state representative Dom was able to secure an earmark to support us with additional ongoing support from the Bright program, which is something that exists in our district. They're experts in the areas you just mentioned. So we've had a significant amounts of professional development and support from them. And the other place is through the ESSER grant that Doug mentioned briefly, but we have increased the number of kind of mental health and climate support positions in our secondary schools. So it's not in our appropriated budget. It's not just the part of the ESSER we're using to balance things out. It's functionally how we're spending it. And we actually are obligated to spend some of our ESSER funds on mental health. We went well beyond that, to be candid. But I think really the professional development from Bright and other folks, as well as some additional positions, came from both ESSER and the financial support that our state representative was able to provide for our region. We're very fortunate on both of those fronts.
Great. And are students availing of those facilities?
They are. You know, it's they certainly are. I mean, the answer to your question is yes, but I think the broader answer to your question is, I think the longer we go from sort of maybe false expectations of how much time it was going to reacclimate into being in school, you know, we're seeing those as perhaps long-term or longer term supports that are going to be needed. And so over time, we're going to have to figure out how to fund those once ESSER runs out, that we're continuing to see some students struggle. And in these, I think it's important to note, and I think it was embedded in your question, it's not necessarily the acting out, right? So there's that component, but there's a lot of internalizing behaviors that are less obvious or visible, but no less important. We're hearing it even from folks in our community who are outside therapists, for students who do not show signs of struggle during the school day or visible signs of struggle during the school day. But really that adolescent, pre-adolescent group is the one that we're seeing was most significantly impacted by the shutdown, and not just the school shutdown, but the shutdown, right? You know, everything shut down. And I think at different age levels, we're seeing different challenges. I know we're only talking about the region here, but you know, some of our younger students, there were some challenges that are substantially different, but kind of that pre-adolescent students going through that kind of shift towards adolescence, just both anecdotally, and we are collecting data, we're seeing the most impacted. And so we are concerned about that. I appreciate you bringing it up, and something that we spend a lot of time and focus and energy and resources on. And it's not going to be solved next month, right? Or the month after that. And so our work is really to do some long-term planning around that front, because we're recognizing that it's not, it's going to be much more longitudinal than perhaps we, and I mean, we, not just the district, but we in the field, you know, sort of perhaps had hoped for. So I appreciate the question. It's certainly aligned with our focus for this year and beyond.
Great. Can I just ask the same question for staff as well? Because I know it's been really hard on teachers and staff.
Absolutely. So we've developed, there's a subcommittee, so to speak, of our administrative team called the Communities of Care. And they have done tremendous work doing outreach and supporting in ways large and small staff members across our district who have had challenging things happen to them throughout the year. We've done a lot of, the principals have been absolutely fantastic about creating safe social opportunities throughout the school year, using, you know, time that would typically been dedicated for other items to get staff connecting, because I think you're spot on that the impact on everyone involved has been significant and will continue to be significant. So, you know, really appreciate, you know, Dr. Faye Brady and Doreen Cunningham, who sort of spearheaded that effort around that. So that's our Student Services Office and our Human Resource Office. There's been a nice partnership that way, because I think they both have a specific lens on the challenges. But I know I've been CC'd. I did not deserve to be CC'd, so to speak, but I've been CC'd on numerous emails from staff who have been greatly impacted by the Community Care Committee and their work to make sure that when challenging things happen, staff members are supported throughout.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I go to Mindy Jo, can I just build on that and say, so are we to assume that in FY23, you have sufficient funds to carry on the level of services that you've been able to provide this year, both for students and faculty?
Yes, that's
staff?
correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mindy Jo?
Thank you. One question on the budget itself, but then more of a operational matter or request for information. I feel like in my 4 years now, going into the middle of my 4th year on this council, we don't get as much information on the regional budget and the elementary school budget as town meeting got. We don't get information on the trending levels of staffing, on the trending levels of student enrollment. Town meeting did get that information. We have a whopping 2 pages on a slideshow for our operational budget for the regional school, and we're asked to pass it based on that. Last year, at some point, we got a line item budget that was 48 pages. I'd like to know where that budget is right now and when our council will be able to see that budget before we are asked to actually vote on the operating budget. And I'd like to see the trending data at a minimum, what was provided to town meeting 4 years ago that I don't think we've ever gotten for the regional school district as a council. Every year, I think I've asked for this information or some other counselor has asked for this information. And every year during this presentation, we get the same 2 or 3 pages of operational budget documents, which is a summary 10-year or 8-year actual plus projected budget, the 3rd page of the slideshow, and then the 4th page of the slideshow. And that's getting very frustrating, is from my point of view in looking at a budget. On this year's budget, so I'm hoping by the hearing and the Finance Committee meeting on the 12th, is it? That all of that information will be provided so that we can actually have a good conversation about the regional school budget that we're being asked to vote on.
So I can answer that really quickly. I think I'll share with you on the school website under the business office under budget documents. There is a fuller version of our budget book, which was not something we did the last couple of years, but certainly resurrected this year. There is a fuller version of that, about 175 pages if you want to print it all out for both the Amherst and for the regional budget, which has been there since February, if not before then. So that's available to you now if you want. And if you just shoot me an email afterwards, it'll remind me. I can send you a copy of that or a link to it as well. So I think that's been out there. It's getting back to that fuller book of the budget.
Thank you for that. It should be in our packet for tonight and for that. So if those links could be provided to the people who create these packets so that it makes it into our packets, that would be wonderful and should be expected going forward, because we shouldn't have to go find that. It should be handed to us as part of our packet. My question on this year's budget is, I see an increase of approximately $700,000 in what I would call both E&D and bridge funding support to keep this budget at a level services budget for FY23. I don't see how that's sustainable. So I'm curious from where you are on planning for adjusting the FY24 budget for those items not to be there or to be there at a lower level. The FY25 budget, because I look at this budget and a 2.5% increase for Amherst year on year is about 500,000, yet the level services budget increases by 1.26 thousand this year. And of that, only about 160,000 of that is state support increases. So where are we getting $1 million a year in increase when the towns themselves are only paying about this year it's only 400,000 of that is, what's the plan for FY24? Or what's the thinking on the plan for FY24? Because I see us hitting a cliff and being in real trouble in FY24 if those bridge fundings and extra E&D support aren't capable. And is part of that plan the fact that we won't hopefully have to adjust the assessment method anymore? Because I know that adjustment of assessment methods has been struggling and affecting the overall budget increases.
So I'd say yes to the last part.
Yeah, we can start. I'm sorry, you can start. I'll come back to it.
Right, thank you. So I'll just speak a little bit to like the E&D use. Yes, it's larger this year, but in a typical year, we use about, there's a $280,000 sort of contingency amount of E&D that we sort of hold each and every year. And so if we don't use it, which we haven't over the last few years, that carries to the next year. And so that's sort of available for us year over year over year. The current E&D funding for this year of $700,000 is a little larger. Our E&D is a lot larger this year by virtue of last year coming in considerably under budget by virtue of the uncertainty that we experienced throughout the whole of the year. So we were in a fortunate position to have that resource available to us. But I would say that typically, if you look at our history of E&D usage, it's in the $500,000 range. So really the gap that we're trying to resolve is going to be relative to that difference of about $200,000. That's a non-trivial amount of money to solve. And so I think that's going to be a difficult part of our work. And I think that there are questions regarding, where does that come from and what does our enrollment look like? What is the arrangement as we bring sixth grade into this building? What support does that provide our regional school district to offset costs? So all of those are in the mix. It's going to be difficult. I'll just say it as simply as that. I think it's going to be a really difficult couple of years. There's no two ways around it. But I think even if we hadn't gone to this level of funding relative to using ESSER funds and E&D funds, we'd be in a difficult circumstance over the next couple of years anyway, because I think the general overall strain on our budgets, the things that cause us to have expenses that are higher than what our town's taxing capacity can keep up with are there and will continue to be there. And so, we're going to continue to struggle. We're going to continue to hopefully meet those challenges and continue to provide a really strong educational experience for everybody. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult to get there from here.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd add to what Doug said is that I think an important piece of information, the regional school district requested that we provide a level services budget, that we provide a budget that didn't have additions, didn't have reductions. So I think it's over time, and that's not a cop out to your question. It's just a literal answer of, for this year's budget, the request from the regional school committee was to provide a budget that did not have budget adds or budget reductions. That's not a sustainable strategy, to use, I think, a phrase that I heard you say. But I think given the pandemic, given the challenges that our students and staff members had, they wanted us to get to that place, and we achieved that goal. I think you rightly note that having consistency in the assessment method will help. Some of the bridge pieces will help as well with sixth grade moving over, and that there's some financial benefits to the region in that regard. I think Doug described the E&D very well, that isn't annualized. The exact number changes year to year, but it's not every year we do use E&D support in our budget. But I think it is a conversation the community is going to have about what it can afford over time. I think that conversation is not unlikely to occur for this year's budget, because I think there is support from our 4 communities and our regional school committee, at least initially. Well, school committee for sure, but the 4 communities to move forward with this. And it is something we think about. Our schools are getting smaller, right? The sixth grade piece was originally designed as a cost-saving mechanism, right? That came from the 4 towns to study. Now, Amherst is the only community that's moving forward at this point, but there is some efficiency to be had. And I think, you look at 3 or 4 years where we have 2 elementary schools in the town of Amherst and 6th grades at the middle school. That's a much more financially solvent model. And we have to get to that bridge, right? And so I am concerned. I think we talked about this quite a bit in both committees. We're concerned about a couple of years. Next year we'll hopefully have some ESSER to again supplement the budget, but we're going to have a gap where the new building isn't built in the community, and we still have 3 elementary schools really inefficiently organized. And we do anticipate 25 and 26 being particularly difficult budget years. And so they are things we're thinking about and talking about, but I do want to note that the regional school committee did request that we provide a level services budget, and that's what we decided or developed for this current fiscal year or upcoming fiscal year.
Are there any other questions or comments? Again, recognizing, I have a lot, but I'm on the Finance Committee, and I'll be there on the 12th. Are there any other questions or comments from the council at this time? Pat DeAngelis?
A quick comment. I am truly and deeply grateful for your work, Michael, and for you, Doug. And I understand and recognize the commitment you have to the students, to our community, to the children, particularly of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the other council that yes, Finance Committee is going to start its study of this issue with superintendent.
Sorry to interrupt. I can't hear Andy.
Okay, I was just saying that we will be starting at the Finance Committee to have this discussion with the superintendent and finance director of the schools on the 12th, a week from tomorrow. And I urge counselors who think of additional questions in light of today's discussion and their consideration of the issues to forward to me as chair of the Finance Committee any other topics that you would like us to explore in advance of the first presentation at the public hearing. So it would be very helpful to hear your questions in time for us to raise them next Tuesday. So that was the only thing I was going to say.
Okay. Any other comments? Then I'm going to make the following motion, and it's in accordance with section 5.5A of the Amherst Home Rule Charter to refer the annual operating and capital budget submitted by the town manager and recommended by the Amherst Pelham Regional School District Committee for fiscal year 2023 to the Finance Committee to hold a public hearing and make a recommendation to the town council by May 2nd, 2022. Is there a second?
Second, Miller.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to move to a vote. Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
thank you. Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Bell-Milne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mehdi Johanneke,
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Morris and Dr. Slaughter, thank you for joining us this evening. And we'll see you on the 12th at 9 o'clock.
Thank
And
you so much.
also be sending to people both a link and a copy of the budget sometime tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. We're going to go on to proposed permit parking regulation changes. We have suspended Rule 8.4, but we still need to adopt the policy. So I'm going to ask Sean Mangano and Jen LaFontaine to join us. They've joined us a little earlier. Thank you for your patience. Sean, do you want to start with any comments?
Sure. So we worked with TSO to review the previous parking permit regulations and really go through them, line by line, page by page to update them. And we also worked with Finance Committee to review the financial implications of the changes to the parking permit system. And you'll notice that there wasn't a whole lot of disagreement, but there was a subtle difference in opinion from TSO to Finance Committee in terms of how quickly to implement the new proposed fees. So I'm sure that's something you'll hear more about from each of those committees tonight, but that's really the major difference that came out of both of those groups. There is one section in the parking permits that still needs to be updated before anything is voted on. And I know Tracy Zaffian in the audience will be happy that I mentioned this, which is in the table that talks about where parking permit areas are. On North Pleasant Street, it still currently says the west side of North Pleasant. So if we're going to change that, we need to amend that section to be accurate. But aside from that, I think really the major area that is still sort of up in the air is how quickly to implement the fees.
So Athena, do you want to pull the regulation up as soon as you find it? All right, so I want to make sure we know what we're changing here.
So the North Pleasant Street, it's the fourth line down. The existing regulations had west side only. I wasn't sure if the council had made an official decision on this yet to not do west side only, but just want to make sure that that section is accurate.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask for committee reports, and then we're going to actually go to councilor questions. So the first one is TSO. Dorothy.
I believe on that issue, there's a record that the council voted to change it to west side, I believe. So their TSO report, I think it's been very clearly, in terms of the parking permits, I think that was well presented. Just a difference on timing of the increase in fees and an understanding that the town manager could in fact revisit it and move it up quicker than the original proposal. That the town's proposal was over 3 years. Finance wanted it quicker. And so TSO voted go with the town's proposal with the understanding the town manager could in fact revisit and increase that if they wanted it to. With lunch carts,
we aren't dealing with lunch carts.
Okay. So that's all you wanted then, is that right?
We're only dealing with this right now. Thank you.
Fine.
Andy.
Well, one thing that I wanted to clarify is that the Finance Committee vote pertained to only one part of the parking permits, and that is for residential parking permits for people who have automobiles or other vehicles that are not registered in the town of Amherst, so that we are not collecting the excise, so the motor vehicle excise tax on those vehicles, that be accelerated and implemented in its full immediately. And it's fairly well explained in the Finance Committee report. The other parts of the increase that is proposed in steps that are for different sections, residential, and that are for people who are registering their cars now in Amherst or in the future are registered in Amherst, and for the ones that are within the business community daytime parking, that those increases be phased in as recommended, so that there was not a difference between the two committees except for that one section. And if I'm going to go into one other related topic because it fits in, and this is not something that was part of the Finance Committee discussion, but it was sort of this observation that I had as a member of both committees, is that the justification that the TSO had about the phasing in, and was that the town manager had the discretion to increase fees, because while the fees are, there's sort of two sections in that proposal. One is saying that these are the fees set by the council, and then it goes on in a separate subsection to give that discretion to the town manager. And it seemed to me to be very confusing and a policy question that I regretted not bringing up at TSO at the time, is to whether that is something that really does make sense, and is that what the council really wants to do? So I just wanted to sort of focus to that issue, at least for other people, so that you're aware of the thought.
Okay, so we're going to deal with this in two parts. We're going to deal with the actual bylaw, and then we're going to go to the fees, but we're not going to pass any of it until we've had the full discussion on both. So Mandy Jo.
So it's a regulation, not a bylaw.
I'm sorry, thank you.
And that's part of the question. So I have 4 sort of questions, but I'll answer this one that Athena changed there. The parking is still on the west side because the west side of North Pleasant Street still has parking. We voted to eliminate that parking, but until it's eliminated, it should stay west side only because we don't want the east side to be permit parking only. At this point, we just sent that off to TSO to make a determination as to what those regulations should be. So I think that should remain west side only for now. I am curious in that section and in that table, why Amity Street has been removed from the table. Is it just an oversight? But the prior regulations in the redded lined out area up above had Amity Street, Prospect Streets to Lincoln Avenue, both sides, and the table now does not have Amity at all. So I'm hoping that was just a oversight that can be added back in, but I don't know. I noticed that guest passes were eliminated for inns and B&Bs and hotels. And I was curious as to the reasoning behind the guest passes being eliminated. That was the old section 4.12 on, I don't know what page, because this thing doesn't have page numbers, page 3. So just a question on that one. Section 8 and section 10, whatever page that is, so 7, page 6. Page 6 for section 8 says annual fees for parking permits and passes shall be established under this section shall be set and may be adjusted by the town manager. That means I believe that we are, as keeper of the public ways, now delegating that authority to the manager if we pass these regulations. Is that possible under the bylaws that require a public hearing for any change to happen? Number one, and number two, do we want to delegate that authority? But the bylaws, we've always had these public hearings because the bylaw requires public hearings for things like changes to parking, which includes the fees. And so can we do that? And do we want to do that? Same with section 10, where effective hours of operation say that we're unless otherwise determined by the town manager, and holidays unless otherwise determined by the town manager. Again, is that something we want to designate and delegate to the town manager? If TSO talked about this and made that decision, I'm just curious what the reasoning behind that was. And then finally, the fee schedule, wherever that is, indicates that stops after 2025. And so I always worry when that happens because we are very not always on top of re-upping fees or re-looking at fees. And if it stops after 2025 and doesn't say from 2024 to 2025 and thereafter, at fiscal year 2026, there are no fees for parking unless, especially if we screw up and forget about it. So I would want to see the fees say something like 2024 to 2025 and after, or from then on, or something like that, to make sure that if we forget to come back and vote, or if the manager forgets to set it, if we give it to the manager, that the fees don't just automatically go to zero.
I'd like to start with the Amity issue,
Yeah, Lynn, is it okay if I respond to that one?
please.
Yeah.
So I think it might have been an oversight, Jen, unless you tell me that there's no longer permit parking there. I think that might just be an oversight. It wasn't added into the chart.
I agree.
Jen, there's
It's an
still permit
oversight.
parking. Okay, so we would add that in.
Yes.
All right, so it's supposed to go in the chart,
In the chart.
and it's supposed to go, say, both sides.
That's what it is now.
Okay.
Okay, is there any way, Athena, that you can add that? And then we're going to need to put it back up again.
And then this, while Athena does that, the second question about the visitor passes for Airbnbs. Jen, do you want to weigh in on why we took that out? I think it's because it wasn't really applicable anymore, but do you want to give more information on that?
I don't think it was really applicable anymore. And the Inn on Boltwood was really the only person using the guest passes. And they've already made an agreement with the town for some parking area where they pay us a fee annually. So I think that just no longer applied.
Mary Jo, I just want to pause on those two issues and see whether that satisfies your question. Okay.
And then I think the larger questions about whether the town manager has, whether this council wants to delegate to the town manager, I think that's obviously your call. I think the comment about the fees and saying thereafter makes sense. I think we thought because if the town manager can set those fees, it wouldn't be an issue, but I think that does make it more clear to add and thereafter after the 2024, 2025, if Athena can make that change as well.
Can I just ask on the Amity Street, the original wording had a limited amount of Amity Street. Do we need to put that in?
We do need to put that in, I think.
So Athena, when you, I'm sorry, Linda, go back, but the Amity Street wasn't like all of Amity Street. So it's both sides, but it had this other clause. Just I want to bring
Lincoln,
that to
right there.
Prospect Street.
Lincoln Avenue.
Lincoln Ave.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
It is Prospect Street to Lincoln Ave. Thank you. I don't think it needs to say streets. Okay. All right, now we're back down at the fees and the issue of adding and thereafter. All right, can I ask a question, and that fits in with this? Is there a provision that says like every 2 years we should bring these back for review?
Can I respond to that, Lynn?
Please.
So I think our thought process was, which is why we put the town manager in there, is that these fees would be reviewed annually, like we review other fees. So they wouldn't go so long. I think that was the major concern we heard, is that these have gone, years and years and years without fee increases. So our expectation would be, if it stays the way it is, where the town manager has the authority to make changes, that we review them annually as part of our regular fee process.
And so is the assumption, since this now gets at the issue of 8 and 10, is the assumption that he would review those fees and come back to us with recommended changes?
So if that is required, we could, we do that with water and sewer. If it's, I guess I'd have to look closer at the charter to see if that's required. My thought would make it putting this into the regulations that we wouldn't bring it back. Fee increases wouldn't be brought back. If there were broader changes to the parking permit regulations, those would be brought back, but the fees themselves would be under the town manager's authority.
So I think that's the other issue on the table at this point. So Anna, I'm going to go to other people. Anna?
This is like my one chance to cite policy to Mandy, so I'm going to take advantage of it. So the question of Airbnbs, just to be clear on it, so section 5.01003, 5.01013, and 5.01023 all stipulate there for different types of lodging, like bed and breakfast type situations. And they all stipulate that one parking space shall be provided for each room to be occupied by lodgers, boarders, roomers, bed and breakfast lodgers, in addition to the parking required under section 7. So it is covered. I think that's, in my mind, that rationalizes taking it out. because they hypothetically shouldn't need visitor passes because they
Need
already
it.
have visitor spots.
Right. Good.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Anna, anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Pam.
Thanks. I too would support having the council actually have the jurisdiction over setting and resetting fees. And I think what's going through my head is the rental permitting process, which hasn't been adjusted in years, and there's been some real reluctance on sort of tackling that wildcat. So I think maintaining management of that by the council is probably a good thing.
Are there other thoughts on the issue of future fee increases, the role of the manager, the role of the council? Pam, you're the only hand I see. Mandy Jo.
No, so I would support changing section 8.0 to read council, town council, under our purview, since those are permanent changes. If we go back to our policy on public ways, we keep the permanent changes with us, and this would be a deviation from that. So I would keep that with the council. And section 10, effective hours of operation. There are two places that the manager is mentioned. The effective hours are set within the regulations to 8 to 5 unless otherwise determined by, and that should probably be the town council, not the manager. Again, if that's a permanent change, permanently, the council team seems to keep as a policy the permanent changes to stuff. But then the next sentence about system shall not operate on other hours or on Saturdays, Sundays, holidays, unless otherwise determined by the manager. I'm not sure whether that one should be council or manager. It sounds like that's more of a temporary change for some special circumstances. And so in that sense, I would support under our public ways policy, keeping that one, the town manager, because of that temporary, that sentence reads more to me like a temporary nature than the permanent nature.
Athena, can you go to those sections, please? Yeah, I can go try to find them, but it's.
That, yeah,
Top of page 6 is the first one.
Okay, so it would read town council, not town manager. Okay, is there anybody that's going to object to this before we change it? I'm not seeing any hands, so that's not a vote, that's just sensing the room. Okay, and then 10. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I proposed the first one read town council and the second one remain town manager. Is what I proposed.
And I think you don't want to say or designate. Okay. And the parking permit system shall not operate at other hours or on Saturday and Sundays or on state and federal holidays unless otherwise determined by the town manager, the town council. What's the desire?
I think it depends on whether that's intended to be temporary changes or permanent changes. If it's permanent, it should probably be kept with the council. If it's meant for temporary waivers, like Paul's done in the past. And
So
that
do
would
we
follow
wanna-
our public ways policy.
Okay, so do we want to submit the word permanent? The parking permit system shall not operate at other hours or on Saturday, Sunday, or state holidays. Something about a permanent change. Somebody else do the editing.
I mean, we could leave it at town council or their designee so that we could potentially move it into our public ways policy to the manager.
Okay,
Then it would be covered under the public ways policy
all right,
for temporary changes.
okay.
And Lynn, I'll just say there's a few more spots on page 2 if we're going to make that change to route, that you probably want to make it up there as well. in
Please go
section-
back up to page 2. Thank you, Athena.
Section 4. Right, I think it's 4.0.
I think you just passed.
Right.
Okay, there you are.
Right there. So in that first paragraph under rules, regulations and fees established by the town manager. You'd want to change that to council as well.
No.
Oh, is that meant to be under this regulation that we're passing or something else?
Well, this is the employee employer permit. So maybe I read it too quickly, but I think this is eligible employers may acquire permits on behalf of their employees and organizations utilizing volunteers under rules, regulations, and fees established by
Got to
the.
change it to town council. Otherwise, it's not consistent with the rest of the regulation because we're setting it.
And then also the section below has something similar.
So
4.01 has the same problem.
4.00, instead of town manager, it says town council, because the rules, regulations, and fees were established by the town council.
Yeah,
Right there.
I think those two are the final two that would need to be adjusted.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on the actual regulation? Written regulation, not the fees. Yes, Pam.
Can we go back to section 10 again? Sorry. Yeah, thanks.
Right there.
Yeah, right there. In reading this, I was not sure if it meant that a person's permit did not actually last for a weekend. So if they are a resident, presumably their status is the same since they have a resident parking permit. Why would it be Monday through Friday only?
So I think that's how it's always been that way. They've on the weekends, the permit, I think we don't apply that so that there's more parking for downtown on the weekends to provide more flexibility. Again, we talked about this a little bit at TSO and Finance Committee. We haven't heard complaints about inability to find spots. We'll have to continue to monitor that as more people live downtown. There's development on Spring Street that will bring more permit parking most likely. So we'll continue to monitor that, but up until this point, we haven't heard any major concerns around availability of spots.
Okay, so it's fair game on the weekends, but they're guaranteed at least or they're not guaranteed, but they get to pay for a spot Monday through Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, Kathy.
If you go up to page 2 to, I think it's 1.2, where it talks about the reserve spaces. Keep going up a little bit. Now down, go back down to 2. Okay,
Lower level
lower
bulk.
level bulk garage. There are currently 28 spaces out of the number down there. So what I wanted to know was, should we put the number in? Because the way this reads, one could think the entire lower level could be a reserve space.
So you would put utilized for 28 reserve.
Yeah, I believe that's what Sean verified was the number that we're doing. So I don't think we're trying to lower level reserve spaces for 28 or designated 28. Yeah, that's all. Exactly. Rather than an open-ended. Done. Thanks.
Pam, do you have a question about this?
Yep. I would actually suggest respectfully that we don't leave the number in there, that we just say, maybe you could say such designated spaces shall be utilized, because we may decide to change the number. We wouldn't have to go back and redo the regulations.
I guess my worry is I don't want to make the whole lower level reserved. So.
Right, but
Yeah.
the number that we designate may be lower next year if we come back to this.
And designated seems to indicate that they have to be signed.
As long as the intent is clear. Originally this was absent from this because it was dealt with someplace else. And when the Boltwood lot went to these, there was a decision to do 28. So now it's being dropped in, which I think it has to because we're changing the fee. So I guess I'm fine with not putting a number as long as the understanding is that there's a limited number down there.
That's the word designated.
Yeah. Okay.
So we can just go back on both of those. Thank you.
Okay.
Anna.
Yeah, I just, to follow up on that. So designated in my mind does mean that, sorry. Designated does mean there are a set number and clearly marked spots. And we did talk in TSO about how those are marked and how those are signed. And so that was part of our conversation, not reflected in the document, but just ensuring that signage was very clear in when parking was allowed there and that it was reserved on those days, et cetera.
I see Pam's hand up. Any more questions? Kathy, any more questions? Okay, so I'm going to assume right now we're done with the written part, and I want to now go to the fee part and show the two options that have been discussed. One was passed by finance, and the other, this is the chart that compares the two. Athena, it's in the packet. There we go. Thank you. So the top chart was the TSO proposal. This proposal, I believe, is as it was recommended by the staff. This bottom chart shows the Finance Committee proposal. The only difference between the two is that for residents with non-Amherst registration, in the TSO proposal, it goes up more gradually. In the FinCom proposal, it goes up immediately to $400. And so I'm looking for any discussion about these particular issues. Michelle?
Actually, I wonder if Kathy should have gone before me, but I'll
Sure.
go ahead.
I'll be glad to go to Kathy first.
Okay, that sounds good.
Fine.
I'll speak to the reason this was proposed. One thing to know about this is there are towns such as Lowell that do not allow you to have a resident parking permit unless you have a registration that's local. They just say you can't have it. And you completely have the option if you are living downtown and you don't want to pay $400, all you have to do is register your car, because then you can drop right down to with the registration. So it's $400 for a place to park on our streets for a year or for 10 months is a pretty good deal. And it's comparable to the lower end of the UMass parking lots. And just the other piece about this is one of the rationales for the large residential buildings downtown, when we first were talking about a ability to build a large residential building without providing parking, is that many of them might be students and they wouldn't need cars because they could just walk to UMass. And that has not proven to be true. A lot of permits are going to those residents. So I think this sends a signal. If you are a longtime resident, if you're going to be here, just register your car, and then we get the excise tax. So we're foregoing income from this. And $400, particularly if you think of what the apartment rents are downtown, this is not a lot of money for a year of parking permit. So we look just at that one to go up fast on it. And as you can see, it, assuming that number of permits are still purchased, it's another $80,000 in revenue over this time period. Now, we might not get that 80 because people might say, well, I've got notified that next year it's going up to 400. I'm going to register my car. And those notifications, Sean said they have a list with emails. So we could send it out in the spring to let you know if you're coming back in September, the rate is going up. but you do have the option of registering your car in Amherst. So we thought that this is a fair change because it's a choice that someone could make who is a resident downtown. They would not have to incur this fee.
Andy, can you remind me what the finance committee vote was on this, please?
Ended up being unanimous,
I think
amazingly.
yeah, it was unanimous. And
Except one person was absent.
One was absent. Yeah, one resident wasn't there and one of the voting members was
Right.
not there.
But otherwise it was unanimous. Thank you. Now I'm going to go back to Michelle.
Thank you. And I appreciate Kathy's explanation. As a finance committee member, I will share that I was very uncomfortable. I did end up voting in favor of this, but without knowing who made up that group of non-resident registrations, it felt like a steep hike very quickly. And I think Sean, sort of with some of the conversation that we had and Sean suggesting that notice could be put out in advance and that there would be some time for folks to decide whether or not they wanted to register in Amherst. That definitely helped me to support it ultimately, but I still do have concerns about such a steep hike for the non-resident registrants, in such a quick and over such a quick time period. So I just wanted to voice that concern.
Anna?
Yeah, a couple things. So one, we keep saying just register your car here, and I hadn't thought of this until now about how easy is that process, especially if the owner of the vehicle is not the person who lives here, and what are implications on insurance? What are implications on things like that? I know in Massachusetts that you don't have to live in the state that your car is registered. Like you can register your car here and live out of state. I understand that. My question is, are there unintended implications of that on things like insurance costs and if the parent is the person that owns the car, hypothetically, if we are talking, as you said, mostly about students in this case. So that's just a lingering question for me. The second thing is, one of the things we talked about in TSO about the rate of, or the speed at which we increase these costs is not just the potential changes of people finding other parking, which I agree with the finance committee's findings that, or recommendation that we do this because parking costs are similar elsewhere in town, right? One of the concerns that we talked about that I don't think was discussed on finance committee is the potential backlash on town staff if this jumps as quickly as it does, right? And so we were aware that complaints are not typically going to come to us, right? Complaints are typically going to be going to the window downstairs at whoever's sitting there. And so, or standing there, I don't know, whatever, whoever's there. So I don't want us to lose sight of that, right? Like there are implications, and I don't necessarily think that people who sign up for that job sign up to get yelled at. And so I want to be cognizant of, it's not a known implication, but it's a potential one, and I just don't want us to lose that.
Okay, Dorothy.
I think Anna accurately represented much of the conversation at TSO, but I do want to add a fact that was brought up that would support the finance committee's position, which I wasn't aware of originally. The amount of registration that one pays is not the same for every car. TSO was really much discussion about social equity and about people who did not have that much money. So if you have an old, and perhaps Sean could give me some more details, but an older car has a much lower registration than a new expensive car. Sean, can you give us an idea of the range of the registration?
I think you mean excise tax.
Excise tax, yes. Well, if you register the car with the town, the cost varies according to the make and the age of the car.
That is correct.
Yes. So what was like the degree of the variation is what I wanted to know.
So Jen, can Jen speak to that? I don't know if I think we're talking about the excise tax that varies based on the age. But you're right, Dorothy, that depending on the type of vehicle and how old it is, the excise tax varies. There's some depreciation schedule based on how many years old it is.
Yeah.
Jen, did you want to speak to that?
Right. No, I just, it really just depends. It's basically goes by the original manufacturer's suggested retail price when the car is brand new. And then there is a depreciation scale by percentage, and it levels off at 10% once the car is 5 years old. So depending on the vehicle that you get, it could be, you know, you could still be paying $100 10 years later, depending on how expensive it was when you purchased it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pam?
Pam or Dorothy? Pam.
Pam.
Okay, thank you.
Rooney.
I wonder if maybe the germane question is, what is the offset that the town will see if we increase excise income? Did anyone in the finance committee or staff figure out what we might be looking at? How is that compared to the $400 times X number of permits?
It's in the chart.
No. Is it like what are?
Pam, one of the questions we asked, and Sean gave us back an average excise tax, but they didn't have of those 236 people, they would have had to know the car, the age of the car to tell us the actual excise tax. But so we did in one of the queries back and forth, Sean you gave us a number. I'm looking around, he's not in the room with us. He's on the screen. But Sean gave us an average excise tax, which wouldn't give you an exact, not the kind of number you're looking at, but it's in that $100 range. So.
Okay, so you did do the analysis with what we would see as a excise income. The other question, or the other comment that I wanted to make is that I really appreciate having an upgraded permit structure and permit fee structure. It occurred to me that if the non-Amherst resident, non-Amherst registration were to jump as quickly as, up to 100% in the first year, that we might have some pushback from in-town streets who are not currently restricted for any kind of permitting or don't require a permit to park. And it feels like it may want to sort itself out over a couple of years rather than all at once having everybody scramble because they haven't done their insurance, or they haven't worked out the details. They're just going to react. And I think I would rather have kind of a slow incremental process to see the impact of all this.
Okay, Jennifer?
Yes, I was going to say, thank you. I do agree with Pam. So, because I know that I hear, in our district, those are a lot of the streets that would be, I think, really impacted if people were not getting permits and were just finding parking, where they can. But I also had a question. There had been some conversation about, hardship pricing because I wouldn't expect that employees that don't live in Amherst but work here would be re-registering their cars in Amherst. And how would that work?
They get an employee fee.
They will get.
Yeah, it's
okay. I just wanted to confirm. I'm not
employee permits,
which would remain at. I'm sorry, why I'm not reading this. What would there be an increase in those?
It's the third line down, 25 to 35 to 45 to 50.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yep. It's right there.
Am I correct, Sean, that is not just town employees? That's like
that's all. Yeah,
right. No, that's what I'm thinking of, an employee in a business downtown.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
We kept those low intentionally. We kind of shielded those from the larger increases that you see for the other levels.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I don't know, I'm a little, I think there's good arguments on both sides in terms of the resident, gradually or doing it all at once. But I think Pam does raise a very, legitimate concern. Thanks.
Alicia?
Thank you. I just wanted to make it clear that I actually don't have any opposition to the fee change or the new structure for the permits, but I do also support and would like there to be some kind of assistance for those who cannot afford this, because I do understand that $400 for a resident, for a non-Amherst registration, but resident, doesn't seem a lot for, like, in comparison to rental prices. But when people are not having that extra in their budget, it doesn't really matter. And just because people can pay high rent prices doesn't mean that they have money to pay higher other prices as well. And so I think that there needs to be some sort of assistance that people can apply for, or sliding scale fee on some sort of eligibility basis for people who really cannot afford that. And also, we have a lot of students who come here, and some students have support from their families and some students do not. And so this might be a very steep change for those kinds of people. So I would hope that we could explore implementing something like that in addition to the increases.
Okay, Shalini?
Yeah, one of the things we discussed in TSO was that if the increase is too high, that people may not end up using these or applying for these passes. They will just park around, find a way around to park. And so, and what I agree that 150, I mean, it seems a little low. So maybe we can make it 250, come to some kind of an agreement to, that's all.
Anika?
So I have two questions, actually. One, excuse me if this has been covered, but when or how far in advance notice would the resident with non-Amherst registration permits have to know that they're going from $25 to $400? And then also in regards to some sort of a hardship provision, I know that was, that's brought up many times. And also, I think the first meeting that we had about this, the answer was that that is not possible, or that it wouldn't be possible. So I'm wondering if there has been any update or change around that.
Sean, can you talk about implementation and the hardship fee? Yeah.
Yeah. So the first question, as soon as the council votes, we can notify all permit holders of the vote. So we can let them know right away. And these permits would go into effect for September 1st of this upcoming September. So we hope to give them several months notice of whatever change is approved. In terms of the hardship provision, we've thought about it, and we've thought about how practically we could implement something like that. We know the income levels. I think there's a difference between income levels and ability to pay, or means to pay. And when we think about downtown and the number of students that live downtown, that it would get pretty complicated pretty quickly. So we can continue to think about how to structure a system like that. But nothing came to mind when we were working through this process.
Are there any other comments? I'm going to actually split this question. Shalini, go ahead.
I wanted to propose that we increase it to 250. Can we do that?
She wants to change the recommendation so that it would be, instead of in the second year, instead of in the first year, it would go, not instead of 150, it would be 250, not 400.
Mm-hmm.
And then go to 300 and then to 400?
Yes.
So in other words, it would be the TSO proposal, but the modification in the yellow line would be in 2023 would be 250, in 2024 would stay 300, and in 2025 would be 400.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try a motion. Okay, I'm going to actually look to Athena, help me try a motion here. I'd like us to vote on the fee only and then go back to the full reg. Okay, Athena, you with me?
So what would you like to make these? You said 250? This stays 300?
That would stay 300 and then go to 400. All right, so I'm wrong. I'm going to try it with this in the thing, okay? So this would be to adopt the Amherst parking permit regulations as shown in the document titled Amherst Permit Parking Regulations dated 03/10/2022 as amended by increasing the fees for resident permit with non-Amherst vehicle registrations to $250 for permit fees in 2023. That's the only amendment.
We made a whole bunch of amendments
Oh,
before all of
so
that. So
it's-
I'm not sure we want to list what the amendments are. I think we
Okay.
just want to say as amended, period.
As amended. Okay, so, to adopt the Amherst permit parking regulations as shown in the document titled Amherst Permit Parking Regulations dated 03/10/2022 as amended, period. Right? Is there a second?
Second, Ellen got there.
Okay. Dorothy, you have your hand up?
Okay. I believe that you changed the date from 2022-2023 to 2023. And I don't think that's a good idea
No,
because I believe they're planning to do this in starting September, which would be
Dorothy?
2022.
Dorothy,
Yeah.
we're going to end the whole thing after as amended. So the motion is as follows: to adopt the Amherst permit parking regulations as shown in the document titled Amherst
Okay.
Permit Parking Regulations dated 03/10/2022 as amended, period.
Okay.
There's nothing else. Okay.
Okay. That's good.
All right. The motion's been made and seconded. Are there any other comments? All right, then we're moving to
I have a question.
Andy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to vote no because if we're going to encourage people to make the change in registration, which is not a difficult thing for most people to do, because Massachusetts residents, it's a matter of notifying a change of address to the Department of Transportation Registry of Motor Vehicles Department. And for people who are registered out of state, they're just going to have to make a decision as to what they're going to do about registering their cars in Amherst, whether this is worth it to them. But I really don't think that unless we move to the full amount of 400 right away, we're not going to provide the incentive for people to start moving in that direction. And I think that in the end, we need to be thinking about the Transportation Enterprise Fund, all of the things that that fund does for and enables us to do for the town, both in improving our parking system and the antiquated meters that need replacement, paving of lots, maintaining our support of PVTA. All of those things need to have us be thinking about the revenue that's coming into the town. And I worry that we're losing sight of the revenue side of this.
Kathy?
My hand was up just because I had a question. I think what you've done is we're taking the whole document with all the changes, and then you made this one change, and that's what we're voting on, the entire document plus this one change, correct?
Correct.
So if you're happy with everything in the document except this one line, then you need to vote no. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Sean, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this is something that Michelle asked, and I don't know if this affects people's decisions or not, but I did talk to Jen, and in this, at least in this first year, if somebody has to buy the non-Amherst permit and then they do register their vehicle in Amherst, we can work with them to refund them a prorated portion of that permit fee. So we can, at least in this first year, be flexible. People may not see the fee increase until they go to register, and if they do make that change following paying for the permit, we can try to be flexible in this first year.
Okay, Shalini?
Yeah, I'm concerned that if we increase it to 400, suddenly that people will not get the permits and not get their cars registered. Maybe they don't get their cars, or I don't know if that's a good kind of problem, but if you're looking at the finance side and we do want people to bring in money and utilize some of the periphery, because this is not the core downtown parking we're talking about peripheral parking spaces, which my understanding was are going empty right now. So we're trying to find the right balance that will fill up those spaces and get revenue and over time slowly push people to getting the registration, because the excise duty also is expensive for people. So yeah.
Mindy Jo?
So I'm gonna vote the gradual. Excise taxes, if you're trying to push people to an Amherst registration instead of a non-Amherst registration, that means you're pushing a permit fee that goes into the transportation fund lower, which means the transportation fund will have lower fees in favor of higher operating revenues, because excise taxes go into our operating revenues. So a gradual fee may actually end up giving us, over the course of the next 2 years, more transportation fund revenue, because it might not push people into the lower transportation fund permit fee as quickly as jumping directly to 400 may. And if it pushes people more quickly into registering their vehicles in Amherst, great, we've got more operating revenue. That doesn't help our transportation fund. So I'm going to support for the gradual.
Jennifer?
I just wanted to ask, I should probably know this, but are the permits, do you have to pay the fee all at once, or can you do it monthly? And I'm thinking that 400's a lot, particularly for a student all at once, but maybe, $40 a month is more doable.
Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all at once at the time when you register, when you apply for the permit.
Is it too? I'm sorry.
It's also the same way that you have to, when you register a car, you pay it all at once. And by the way, you can change the registration of your car online and never have to go into an office.
But could the town manage a monthly?
So we don't currently have a mechanism to do a monthly billing. That would add, it would.
Okay.
By 10 times the amount of work. So what they do now, not that we can look into it, but right now we don't have a mechanism for that.
Kathy?
I'll just make one comment that I was shocked that we allowed you to have a resident permit if you didn't have your car registered here. Because when I looked at Lowell and some other university towns, they just don't allow it. And it's not around the transportation fund. It's about parking on our streets where you're not, that we weren't supposed to be filling up our streets. And I'd be fine to be more active with ticketing people if they start putting their cars otherwise, because we were really told these downtown residents wouldn't have cars. they just wouldn't, why would you need a car? You can walk, you can take the bus. So way back when I actually called and said, can I get a resident permit with a car registered in New Jersey? And the answer was yes. And I was really stunned. So I just want to make that point because it is a entitlement to a spot on our streets that we're giving to people. And I think people who live 2 years downtown, they'll probably register their cars. I mean, they become residents. So I just wanted to speak to this because 3 years ago, when I found out you didn't have to register your car, it didn't make sense to me that we called it a resident permit. And that was one of our non-voting members said they didn't understand what a resident permit for a non-Amherst vehicle is. And it was explained you could do that here.
Okay.
And that is not necessarily allowed. So I just wanted to make that one point because we're very worried about this group of people, but I think it is a choice.
Thank you, Kathy. The motion on the floor that's been made and seconded is to adopt the Amherst permit parking regulations as shown in the document titled Amherst Permit Parking Regulations dated 03/10/2022 as amended. I'm going to go ahead and start the vote, and it is amended as shown on the screen. I'm going to start with Dorothy. Pam?
Yes.
Pam Rooney?
Yes.
Kathy Shane?
No.
Andy Steinberg?
No.
Jennifer Taub?
Yes.
Alicia Walker?
No.
You said no, Alicia? Okay. Shalini Baumilne?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis?
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier?
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is a no. Mandy Johanicky?
Aye.
Anika Lopes?
Yes.
Michelle Miller?
Yes.
It passes by 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 in favor, 5 opposed, and no absence, etc. Okay? We're going to move on. Thanks to all of you, we're skipping the entire agenda item on the rules change. Dorothy?
Could we have a brief break, please?
Sure. Yes, why don't we take a 5-minute break? And I do mean 5 minutes. We will be back at 10:13.
titties.
Are we still recording? Okay, let's do this official. What's the score? Okay, all right. We need to reconvene as soon as possible. Everybody put your pictures back on, including me. Thank you. Okay, I don't want to know.
It's not playing, guys. It's not playing.
Duke is up. God. Okay, we are going on to proposed changes to town council rules, policy regarding control and regulation of the public ways regarding reservations of parking for lunch carts. And let me just quickly ask Dorothy, you give a TSO report and then I have a motion.
Okay. TSO voted to delegate the responsibility to the Board of Licensing Board. I don't have the initials.
Board of License Commissioners.
Board of License Commissions. Okay. So after a lot of discussion, we decided to do that and we feel good about it.
Okay. Following that vote, I then fished around and determined that Mandy Jo Haneke was the person that originally wrote the policy. So I went to Mandy Jo and I said, Mandy Jo, if we're going to amend this policy to include this, what would it say? And that leads to the motion that is before you tonight. And it reads, to amend section 2C of the town council policy regarding control and regulation of the public ways by inserting the following as C and relettering C as D. Reservation of parking for lunch carts. All requests for long-term and short-term temporary reservations associated with the licensing of lunch carts by the Board of License Commissioners. Town Council delegates the review and action authority to the Board of License Commissioners with notification to the town manager for inclusion in monthly report and of all requests and approvals provided to the town council. Is there a second?
And second.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm moving to the vote. The vote We'll begin with Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesemer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
For those of you that might still be watching, I just want to mention that this was an issue that had come before the council in the past, but we needed to clean up this last little delegation of authority. So there was a much further discussion in committee and in previous council meetings. With that, we are going to move on to committee and liaison reports. CRC, Mandy Jo.
It's all in my update report in the packet. I do want to say there's one change to the work plan already. There was nothing scheduled for the residential rental bylaw work plan for the April 14th meeting after some discussions with planning staff today regarding some timing of some other things. The goals discussion is intended for April 14th instead of April 28th now. So that's moving up one meeting. The rest that's scheduled for April 28th will continue to be on April 28th, just that addition of the goals portion.
Anna, do you have your hand up to ask a question,
Yeah.
please?
Go for it. Okay. So the proposed work plan includes outreach to committees in April, specifically ECAC. I was really excited to see that. My question for you is, as their liaison, I'm in touch with them often and want to give them a heads up. Is that something they should be putting on an agenda, or should they plan on coming to a CRC meeting? I know you're going to reach out. I just
So
want to
this is under
confirm.
liaison reports.
Oh,
It's part of my
It's
work
part of
plan.
the work plan.
CRC report.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
So
relevant.
your question now is to Mandy Jo.
Yes.
Correct.
So I was going to reach out to ECAC's chair. I'll make sure to CC you on that. In past, when CRC has reached out to committees, we've left it to the committee to determine whether they want to put it on a meeting or just have a discussion and all. It's, I'll give the dates in the meeting for getting back, but I think for that work plan, there's like a month and a half before CRC is intended to discuss it. And also there should be plenty of time for ECAC if they want to have a meeting to have a meeting.
Beautiful.
But I'll include it all in that. That's on my agenda
Okay.
this week.
Thank you.
Anna, nice.
I'm done now. I can put my.
Doing your liaison work. Thank you. Elementary School Building Committee, Kathy.
We're meeting this Friday at 8:30, where we're going to be getting updates on potential floor plans and sense of what the two buildings, a building might look like on either Fort River or Wildwood. We are also posting in the packet this week what each of the meetings up through June will be discussing. So if people want to tune in for particular meetings, we're planning 2 community forums, and I'll get this all back to you in writing on May 5th and June 9th. And by June 9th, we should be pretty near to making a choice. So it would be getting community impact on the information we've gathered and the comparisons of which site, whether it's Wildwood or Fort River, whether it's a new building or an ad reno. So we're going to be building up to making that decision. Then the other thing, to the extent people are interested in heating and electric systems and offsets with photovoltaic, we had a very good meeting of the Net Zero Subcommittee where our consultants have modeled what the new building, which would be a well-insulated building, will use in terms of electricity and what the systems costs would be and the offsets would be. So we have some pretty good information to guide that choice on whether we're going to go in with air source or ground source, but we haven't made a decision. So that is in a packet, and I thought they did a really nice job laying out pretty simply, because I'm not a techie, and it was quite easy for me to understand the presentation.
It was worth looking at. Finance Committee, Andy.
I think that everybody has received, and it's in the packet, the schedule of when presentations will be made to the Finance Committee about different sections of the budget. And at the next Finance Committee meeting next week on Tuesday, I'll put on the agenda the process for those meetings and then report it back to the council in advance of our receiving the budget in the first meetings. It's for questions of how you can provide questions in advance to the committee for us that you would like to see us pose or participate in the meetings, which gets me to the last thing, amending what I said at the end of the regional budget presentation. If you are going to attend the meeting, actually it would be helpful for you to let me know right away, the meeting next week, if you want to pose questions. If you could let me know before we have to post the meeting, then I can consult with Lynn about whether or not to also post it as a council meeting. So your intent to attend the meeting on the 12th, if you could get me within the next 2 days, whether you think you might want to attend, that in and of itself would be helpful for us to make that decision.
Athena, would you please poll counselors regarding the Finance Committee meeting on the 12th tomorrow morning? Thank you. Michelle, you have your hand up.
Lynn,
Yes, Athena, I'm sorry.
do you want me to just go ahead and poll for all the Finance Committee budget review dates?
Do you want to go ahead and do that for all of them, Andy? Let me explain. In the month of May, the Finance Committee meets Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? From 9 o'clock to noon. We literally take the budget section by section. And if you would like to attend those, because there's a certain section that we're going to do, because we already know what that generally looks like, then we will just declare those meetings committee of the whole. But I think what, Athena, why don't you do this? Poll people, yes, specifically for the 12th, and poll people in general. Would you like to be able to attend? Does that work for you, Andy? Yes. Great. Michelle, you have your hand up.
Yeah. And forgive me, I don't have all the history here, but it was brought to my attention today that Amherst Media, I guess, no longer broadcasts Finance Committee meetings, or maybe they never did, but they don't. Is that the case?
Athena?
They used to broadcast them live, but they haven't for some time. So they do post them on their channel on YouTube. And I believe they recently changed from live streaming on their site to live streaming right to YouTube. So they should be available more quickly on YouTube.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure that Finance Committee meetings, especially with all the meetings that we have coming up, and just transparency, that those meetings are being made available like any other meetings are on the YouTube station.
Yeah, all the Finance Committee meetings are up. But the question, if you're asking whether they're live or not, they haven't been, but they're all up, and I've been double checking.
No, wait a minute though.
Good.
All Finance Committee meetings are live on Zoom. They are not I gather what we're hearing is they're not live on Amherst Media. Paul, did you want to comment?
No, I think they are under a contract. I think they're supposed to be broadcast on Amherst Media Live.
They are.
So I can look into that.
Thank you.
That would be great.
And Michelle, you're absolutely right. We want to make Finance Committee meetings as accessible in real person and as accessible after the fact by having them posted. So Paul will look into Amherst Media. All of the Finance Committee meetings will continue to be live on Zoom in real time, and the tapes will be available. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. GOL, Michelle?
Yes, so thank you for approving the rules of procedure. And good to be done with that. And next time around, we'll only have to do one reading based on this approval. So that's good too. Since the last time we met, we discussed that first reading of the rules of procedure. We also went through and reviewed the Juneteenth proclamation, which I just want to say was a very powerful part of our meeting. We were joined by Ms. Bridges as a community sponsor, as well as Dr. Amokar and Disha Baz. And we had Anika, who was also able to provide some local, very, very powerful historical context to the proclamation as well as to the holiday itself. So I just can't say enough about that. And let's see, we held off on looking at the standing committee structure until TSO has a chance to review it and make recommendations. And we have some other proclamations coming up and are still looking to develop an equity lens review process, which has been sort of moved off of our agenda with other things. I think that covers everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Town Services and Outreach Committee, Dorothy. Dorothy, you need to unmute.
At this point of the meeting, I think that most of the things that we talked about have been dealt with. We did, it was referred to us, the question of closing North Pleasant Street in the summers on weekends. And the report from the town manager and Department of Public Works, and was that was not possible since it's a major thoroughfare and the fire department is in fact on that street. When it is closed for the bid block party, the fire department trucks have to be all moved to some other place. So, and the other question was continuation of outdoor dining. And I believe there are acts being taken to continue outdoor dining, although the demand for it may be not as big as it was. I mean, there's the whole parklet thing that's going on. We did the lunch carts and we discussed the revision of fees for the residential rental property. So I think that's more or less it. Thank you.
Any liaison reports? Anna?
I forgot what to push for a second. All right, so just briefly, ECAC, they are working right now on their next few meetings are actually going to serve as a retreat to onboard their new members, which I thought was a really, just a really interesting mode of operating. They are also working, some of you might be hearing from some members of ECAC in the coming weeks regarding some misinformation about net zero and the zero energy bylaw. ECAC was really concerned about some of the misinformation that was being that they had heard. And so they wanted to kind of set the record straight. So if you do hear from them, please respond. They're great. So, and then the other thing I just wanted to mention in their coming meetings, ECAC is hoping to provide feedback on both the rental registration bylaw as well as the demolition delay bylaw. And so just as a reminder to folks, if you think something you are working on might have sustainability or climate implications, which I would argue the majority of them do, please run it by ECA, just let them know, right? So that they have the opportunity to weigh in if they are able to, and so that they don't have to come to all of our meetings and dig through. If you're able to do that, that'd be great.
Michelle?
The Board of Health has their next meeting on April 21st. And since we won't be meeting till the 25th, just bringing that to your attention.
Thank you. Shalini?
Oh, I had a question about ECAC committee, and I was missing for the town council meeting, and the minutes did not answer my question about the report, their annual report that they presented and the ECAC plan that we've adopted. Was there any discussion on acting or implementing the recommendations in their report?
They just gave a brief update, and it follows the written report that's in the packet for that night.
To add, may I briefly, part of their retreat plan is to also revisit and look at the is that what you're referencing, the Climate Action Resiliency Plan? They're planning on continuing to look at that to make sure their new members are tapped in as well. But there has not been, to my knowledge, like a checklist of where we are on all of the things at this point.
Thank you.
Andy Jo, you have very serious questioning face. Okay, any other liaison reports? Seeing none, town manager's report.
One committee report if you want JCPC, but I can just tell you we finished.
Yeah, you meant, I think last time you mentioned that you finished, or you were finishing the report.
And
advancing
there's a
it to the-
copy of it in the packet. So,
Okay, thank you. Okay. Town counts, I'm sorry. Town manager report.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn. Just to go back on the recording of finance committee meetings, the meetings historically have been recorded but not broadcast live. So they are being recorded, and they can be, whether they're being broadcast at all on Amherst Media, I'm not aware of, I'm not sure, but they are all being recorded and put on the YouTube channel. But there's never a requirement for them to be broadcast live like this meeting is broadcast live. Just to clarify that. So I have three things to mention. One is COVID. So the testing site at UMass was shut down as of last Thursday. On Friday, we implemented the distribution of the rapid antigen tests, which is the substitute for that. It's not the same, but the state has given us 6,000 doses or test kits to distribute to people. So those are available at the Bangs Community Center. We're providing supplies to the Amherst Survival Center, to Craig Stores, and that also available at the Jones Library. The booster shot for vaccine is recommended by the CDC are being offered as of last Thursday as well. So every Thursday from 3 to 5, I think it is, people can go to the Banks Community Center to get the booster shot. You can register online, or you can just walk in. So it's every Thursday afternoon that they're offering that. Our new CRUST director started his new job as of last Friday or last Monday, or Monday, whatever, 2 weeks ago. He finished 2 weeks, and he came back today too. And he's made just a real impact on the community, meeting with tons of people. He's here on weekends, meeting with people. He was at the fire station Saturday morning, just trying to introduce himself, already addressing situations. He was at the flag raising on Thursday, and there were some folks there he had already made contact with that he was continuing to work with over time. So, but I really want the community to meet him. We've done a lot of one-on-one introductions with members of the community, but we will be having a Cup of Joe on April 15th. That's a Friday from 8:30 to 10 at the Bangs Community Center. So Earl Miller will be there, and just anybody can come in. It's very informal. There's no presentation or anything like that. It's just a meet and greet and talk, and I'll be there as well. And anything anybody wants to bring up will be available to talk. We'll have some coffee there, but you can also bring your own if you want better coffee than I'm going to buy. The spring cleanup is coming together in a big way. So that's scheduled for April 30th. It's a Saturday from 10 to 12. And many of the counselors have offered to help support that and to be team leaders. We have our community participation officers are doing a lot of work. The Business Improvement District is organizing an post cleanup concerts, rides with all kinds of magicians, things like that on the town common. So it's a real spring celebration for the town. So we're really excited about that. And then just a side note that Dr. Amilcar Shabazz stopped by, and he had some treats for the council to thank you for the work that you've been doing. And he left those some donuts outside for us. So just to recognize that he had reached out to you. So.
Okay. Are there questions of the town manager? Dorothy?
I was reading something today, and obviously I didn't understand it. And it was about COVID rankings with color maps, not put out by the town. It was in the newspaper, I think. And it sounded as if we were having a kind of a high-ish rate here in Amherst, and there'd been some wastewater detection, and so I wonder if you can comment on that.
So I don't know what you read. Our numbers are often higher than normal because we do an intense amount of testing,
Right.
And mostly at the university and the colleges. Amherst College, I think, is testing people 2 or 3 times a week. So when you do massive testing, you're going to surface more cases. So there will be more cases that are reported for the community. So it might be that we tend to put an explanation on anything on our COVID-19 website.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to send me the article that you read, I can look at it and get back to you individually.
Well, there was something about, we are still doing wastewater detection, are we not? Or whatever you want to call
We
it.
don't. The university is testing wastewater for their, the university has a program where they're testing wastewater. We have not contracted with anybody to do that townwide. We are looking into that. We have a meeting actually tomorrow. With the elimination of the PCR testing, there's not a really good way for us to know what's going on with COVID other than hospital bed occupancy and wastewater testing. And we've been encouraging with our state rep to get the state DPH to provide funding so that we can provide wastewater testing for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you.
Pam?
Question on the cleanup day is, if we have volunteered, do we get instructions from someone on what is actually going to happen, and do we get that ahead of time?
Yes, so we'll have, there'll be kits that go out. We'll have staff at every location to support, and we'll help along the way. So CPOs are organizing that.
The answer is yes. Alicia?
Thank you. My question is, in the HR section, there's a small blurb about the Resident Oversight Board, in that we have been ongoing collective bargaining negotiations. It's my understanding that those have been going on for a couple of months now. And so I'm wondering at what, realistically, what is our expected time frame to complete the negotiations, and when can we move to the next phase of that, the implementation of that? Because while it is great that the CRUST program is up and running, it really is a combination of the recommendations from the CSWG that will have the intended impact in the community. And so other things need to be moving along as well. And so I'm just wondering if I could have a more detailed update as to where we are in that process.
Sure, that's a great question. I don't have a deadline or time frame for when those conversations will conclude. It is a negotiation process. It's actually impact bargaining. So we talk about when we make these changes, we have to talk with the unions that are impacted by the implementation of the various things. It's a duty to negotiate. We are in negotiations with all of our unions on multiple things. All of our unions are in negotiations on contracts. So our HR department has multiple layers of things. I just don't know exactly where we are specifically on the Police Oversight Board. I can check into that and get back to you, though.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions of the town manager? Okay, seeing none. I just want to ask if there's any questions about the president's report. Mandy Jo?
It's a future agenda item. Is that now, or are you going to call for them
Nope,
separately?
I'm getting ready for that one too. Okay. So under future agenda items, on the 25th, we have a working session with Lauren Goldberg. Please make sure you give me your questions. I've received questions from only one counselor. We will be doing the public hearing for the regional school budget. We're talking about potentially scheduling that at 6:15. And at 6:30, we're making sure we have the regular council meeting scheduled. On that agenda, we have proclamations as usual. We will have the water and sewer rates for FY23, Paul? Yes. The flood maps will come in for a referral. We've been waiting for them, but have had several sessions on them. The rental and registration fees may be on the agenda, given whether or not they've gone through TSO and FinCom. And also a potential bylaw on abortion clinic false advertising and of potentially council committee structures. The May 2nd, we actually begin the budget, operating budget process with a presentation on the FY23 budget. I'm sorry, it's both budget, it's both operating and capital. The regional budget, including capital and assessment methods, will come up for adoption. And we will then also, if we see the water and sewer rates on the 25th, we'll vote for them on May 2nd so that residents have an opportunity to weigh in. Mandy Jo, you said you had a question about future agenda items.
Yeah, I saw in the town manager's report that he's finalized a charge for a solar bylaw working group. Is there a need to vote SME status for that? And if so, it should go on a future agenda.
Okay, thank you. We can put that on the 25th if we're ready, and we can put it on consent. Okay. Are there any other questions about future agenda items? Any other councilor comments? Dorothy, Pam.
Okay. As you know, I'm not an expert at process. I received a letter today from the Council on Aging, wanting to have some of their questions put on the TSO agenda. And for that to happen, I believe it would have to come to the town council, who would then refer it to TSO. Is that correct?
I looked at that. Actually, TSO as a committee can decide it wants to take something up. I must also tell you, however, you have a decision as to whether or not you want to take it up and when you want to take it up. So it does not have to be on this coming agenda, since you already have a pretty full agenda. They have provided some interesting information. And if you would like to maybe have an initial conversation at TSO and then come back to the council at some point, that would be fine as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Michelle Miller.
Kathy and I have a District 1 meeting this coming Sunday at 1:30, and all are welcome to join.
Okay. Are there any other councilor comments? Jennifer Taub.
Dorothy and I have a district meeting coming up on April 24th at the Jones Library in person. It's a Sunday from 2 to 4:30 p.m. So just wanted to give some advance notice, especially to the at-large counselors.
Okay. Any other comments? Dorothy, your hand's still up. I assume you're finished. Okay. Okay, seeing no other comments, then I'm declaring the meeting adjourned at 10:44. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. 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 All right.